Good evening. This meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. I welcome everyone present and those viewing this meeting. The Wichita Public Schools will be the district of choice in our region where all students and staff are empowered to dream, believe, and achieve. I'm pleased you have taken the time to join us, and would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Tonight, we have our Pledge of Allegiance from the Wichita Northwest High School JROTC, led by Jessica Ortiz, Daisha Rivera, Emmanuel Perez, and Caitlin Wright. Will you please rise?
Forward, march. Colors, hold, left, face. Freeze then, colors. Sir, Wichita Northwest Holy River Custom Mission post colors.
You may post the colors.
Thank you, sir. Order, arm. Inward, face. Post, colors. Freeze then, arm. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Order, arm. Outward, face. Forward, march.
A round of applause for Northwest Junior. Patrick, first item.
First item of business, under reports, Superintendent's Student Advisory Council.
Good evening, board. My name is Jace Nelson. I'm from Northwest High School. Our latest our student advisory council for the BOE, we talked about our devices and the literacy of them, and so we talked about safety on the internet. We talked about when we should start introducing safety courses to kids at schools, and we mostly came to the general consensus that it should be around fourth and fifth grade. You want to add anything? You're good? Okay. That's what it was for the most part.
Hi, my name is Zoe Powell. I go to West High School, and I was also in the meeting that we had for the Super SAC. I'm just going to add that we went over basically what's do's and don'ts for devices and what the age range should be for starting to get safe on the internet and more aware into the devices since it's becoming more useful during the new age.
Do you have any questions?
Does not appear to be any. We appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, under report, Good News, 2022 Kansas Horizon Award.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Thompson. We have 5 amazing Good News celebrations for you tonight. For our new board members, this is your first time to be part of Good News. It's our opportunity to bring forward the really cool things that are happening in our district, introduce you to the people making those cool things happen, and to allow you to hear more about their work and the community support that drives education in the Wichita Public Schools. So you've got 5 agenda items this evening that represent great work happening in the classroom, great work happening by our students in the community, and great work by our students to lead through initiatives such as the Mayor's Youth Council. So we will have a chance to introduce you to all 5 of those groups. A couple of them are actually waiting across the hall because there are so many students as part of those groups. We wanted to bring them into together and make sure they had a place to be seated until their opportunity time. So we will begin first by having Mr. Alvarez, our Deputy Superintendent, introduce you to the amazing teacher standing on my right, our Kansas Horizon Award recipient. So without further ado, Gil Alvarez.
Well, good evening, Superintendent Thompson, President Reesler, and members of the board. Tonight, I'm honored to share the good news item involving the Kansas Horizons Award, which is designed to recognize teachers who do an exemplary job during their first year of teaching. McLean Science and Technology Magnet Elementary School's 5th grade teacher, Alex McDowell, here to my left, is the district's recipient of the 2022 Kansas Horizon Award from the Kansas Department of Education. Alex was surprised at her school by a phone call from the Kansas Commissioner of Education, Dr. Randy Watson. That was a wonderful opportunity that Dr. Thompson and I got to witness as she was being told that she had won this particular award, but I think even more exciting was her students that came down to help celebrate this award. It was very exciting. Alex is among 32 teachers across the state to receive the award. As a recipient, she will join the Kansas Exemplary Educators Network, also known as KEEN. We love our acronyms here. KEEN is a network of educators from across the state, allowing teachers to share ideas with other teachers and to participate in a number of professional development programs. Alex and the other state recipients will be recognized during the KEEN State Education Conference in February. I think it's actually next week. Will be recognized at that particular conference. So please join me in congratulating Alex for her wonderful achievement.
Thank you so much. It was such a sweet surprise to learn that I had received this award, and like Mr. Alvarez said, it was even sweeter to see my students' reaction to this award. And I just wanted to say I'm really blessed to be a teacher in this district. I know that it's really hard for all of the teachers in this pandemic, but I wouldn't want to be in any other district. And the relationships with my students and the support that I receive from the district really makes it possible. And I know it's cliche, but I am WPS proud, so thank you.
I'm now pleased to invite Chris Wendt and Amanda Kingery forward. We have a remarkable program to grow our own building leaders, and you have the good fortune this evening to meet this group of educators interested in becoming highly qualified, engaging building leaders. So Mr. Wendt and Ms. Kingery have been leading this initiative for the district, and here to tell you more and introduce you to this auspicious bunch are Amanda Kingery and Chris Wendt.
Good evening, Superintendent Thompson, President Reesler, and board members. For those of you on the board who don't know me, my name is Chris Wendt, and I have the opportunity to serve our district as the Executive Director for elementary schools. And as Wendy Johnson said, I am joined by my esteemed colleague, Amanda Kingery, Assistant Superintendent for secondary schools. And in front of me are an amazing group of teacher leaders who will soon hope to be an amazing group of building leaders as well. I want to give you a brief history of the Aspiring Building Leading Program and how it came to be in our district. We know that when we think about our strategic plan, we know that our strategic plan hinges on having successful building leaders. And we also know that those successful building leaders need to grow our teachers and grow our students. So we wanted to invest and be intentional in the investment of our future leaders. So a little bit about that investment to tell you how rigorous our program was and all the hard work that they did. We had over 100 applicants for this award, or for this program, and we chose 18. We also then took 18 weeks after school. We did feed them Chick-fil-A and some other food. It was kind of fun. But after school, they dedicated one night a week to professional learning. And that professional learning was given by some of our building leaders, district leaders, some outside leaders, and they just synthesized a whole lot of information. They had homework assignments each week. They had to meet with building leaders each week and have some application time. And I got to tell you, they exceeded our expectations. I think it's fair to say that we are in good hands in the future for our building leaders. So we've invited a couple of those amazing teachers to visit with you tonight. And so first I'd like to ask Marty, there she is, Marty Baxter to come speak to you about the program.
First of all, yes, I'm Marty Baxter. Right now I'm currently a peer consultant working with first-year teachers. I just want to say that I was so blessed to be a part of this amazing group of people, and just every day getting to go there, it was the highlight of my day, and I know of the whole week. And we came together and we learned so many amazing things. They brought in, like Chris said, incredible leaders throughout our district and within the district. And it was just the part of like all of us coming in as individuals and learning that it's really takes all of us. You know, a leader can grow and become a great leader, and that leader helps others. You know, it's not about us, it's about building all those people around us. And I'm just so blessed to be a part of a district that values and is taking this time to grow their leaders. You know, they're dedicating their time and their efforts for us. And it's just, through this process, they're having the ability to learn about us. So not only are we just coming to an interview and they're trying to place us in a building, they really know who we are and what our strengths are. We've learned about each other's strengths as well. So we don't leave here and are not sitting on an island by ourselves, but really we have this family of people that we've grown with. And I know that when that time is my turn, I'm going to be out there with all of these amazing people, and we're out there together. We're not just out there. I mean, they've set us up to succeed in every way possible. And I feel so honored to be a part of Wichita Public Schools, that because of them investing in their leaders, we can then go back to our teachers and to our families and our kids, so that those kids can then also, like we always say, so they do have the opportunity to dream and believe and to know that they can achieve anything they put their little minds to. So thank you so much.
Good evening, board members. My name is Darren Hammond. I have been at Hamilton Middle School for 12 and a half years. We were all notified at the end of last year that we would be in this program, and we started in August. Like Marty said, we spent 18 weeks together. Just before Christmas break, I was offered a position at Northwest High School to be an assistant principal starting at semester, where I have been since January 4th. Go Grizzlies. I, without a doubt, would not be in this position if it was not for this program. This program gave us an opportunity, like Marty said, for everybody to get to know us over 18 weeks, and it wasn't over just one interview. This program not only taught us the core competencies necessary to be an effective educational leader, but our first assignment was to take an assessment to find out what our strengths are, what our skills are, and to capitalize and focus on those as we're becoming building leaders. Throughout this program, as I mentioned, they brought in past and current exceptional leadership that this district has had, to where we can learn from them that from the people that have made this district as great as it is today. Throughout this time, I know in our first meeting we sat and it was so quiet. I think we were all nervous being there. Most of us coming out of classrooms. I can tell you, by that 18th week, we had probably a 30-minute session out in the parking lot, because we created this bond and this friendship. But with that, we held each other accountable. We made sure that we were there on time. We challenged each other to take what we were learning and bring it back into our school. I think I can speak for all of you guys when I say that how appreciative we are for this program and this opportunity. And I have no doubt that you are looking at the up-and-coming educational leadership of USC 259. Thank you.
Well, you've had a chance to hear from two of our aspiring building leaders, but we want to make sure you know who everybody is that's up here. And so we're going to take this opportunity to introduce each of them. And then we also have a small token, because as you've heard multiple times, They gave up 18 weeks they didn't get paid. They came to learn and be professionally developed on their own time. And they did. They grew as a family, and even though only had them for an hour and a half, they chose to stay afterwards. They even chose to go meet each other. We gave them one day off, and they still met with each other. But it's just been fascinating to watch them. So I want to make sure we honor each and every one of them. So I'm going to start with art bios. Marty Baxter. Brooke Dickey. And Myron Fisher, who is not here, but we'll make sure he gets his token. Taylor Garcia. Joseph Hamer. Darren Hammond. Shay McGuire. Brianna Salgado. Jessica Simmons. Emily Tanner, who is not with us this evening. And then we have Megan Weichel. And Julie Wilkes. And these are your future leaders. Do you have any questions?
Amanda, I just have one. How many do you expect in the next year's class?
Well, we don't know yet. We haven't got to that point. We're not sure. We wanted to start around 10 originally, but we just had so many applications and so many great people that we did extend it, and we had a lot larger. So I would say anywhere between maybe 10, 14.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was exciting. I can't wait to work with all of you as you move into the ranks of building leaders. So our third item this evening is actually a twofold purpose, both purposes of which are tied to library media service and the wonderful world of literature. The first part of this Battle of the Books recognition is to do just that, to celebrate the 27th annual Battle of the Books, which was held over the last couple of weeks. And the second part of that is to introduce you to the new books that will be part of the 14th annual Big Read coming up before we know it. So without further ado, it's my honor to introduce Gail Becker, Director of Library Media Services.
Good evening, President Reeser, Vice President Hedrick, board members, and Dr. Thompson. Library Media and Textbook Services is happy to report that we just completed the 27th annual Battle of the Books competition in person. It was fun. And Battle of the Books, for those of you who don't know, is an engaging reading competition for our 3rd through 5th grade students, which tests their reading comprehension in a game-style format. 40 schools participated this year, and the competitions were broadcast live and recorded, and they're posted on the WPS TV website and can be viewed throughout the year. I want to take this opportunity to thank Lori Smith, the Library Media Instructional Support, for organizing and directing the Battle of the Books competitions. We also want to recognize and thank Media Productions for producing the programs. And a special shout out to Dr. Thompson, who was our guest host for our very first competition this year. And we are very grateful for all the guest hosts from our local media outlets who share their expertise and skills of working on a live broadcast. They're very helpful. We appreciate the support of the Board of Education, district administration, librarians, teachers, and parents who work together all year long to make Battle of the Books a success each year. So that was my first item. I'm going to move on to the second item. I want to share information about this year's Wichita Public Library NEA Big Read. And like Wendy was saying, this is the 14th year that Wichita Public Schools has been a partner of this event. The selection that was chosen this year is The House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. And it's a book that's a series of interconnected vignettes published in 1984 about a year in the life of a young Mexican-American girl growing up in Chicago in the 1980s. This year's Big Read Kickoff is a virtual presentation that will be streaming live through the Wichita Public Library's Facebook page on Saturday, February 12th at 2:30. And you've received a copy of the book tonight, and also in the book is a flyer that has a little bit more information and all the companion titles that we have in our schools too. The district has provided companion books to every school. And the companion books this year for middle school is Almost Home by Joan Bauer. The intermediate book is Ada's Violin by Susan Hood. The primary book is My Poppy Has a Motorcycle by Isabel Quintero. And the preschool book is I Love You, Baby Burrito by Angela Dominguez. So I hope you enjoy your books, and I hope you enjoy the Big Read, and we just appreciate all that you do to help us develop these events and programs. Does anybody have any questions?
Gail, I don't see any, but we appreciate you doing
Okay.
this every year. Oh, Ernestine does.
Tell me how many students participated this year.
You know, I didn't get that number. It's usually...
Give me a ballpark figure,
Okay.
10 or 1,000.
Well, there's a lot of students that participate who don't actually get to be a part of the district competition because schools have their own competitions. So usually it's around 1,000, 1,500 throughout the district. But I didn't gather that number this year. Any other questions? Sure. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I was just looking at mine.
Yeah,
Cheryl?
it's being strange here. I just want to say, in the past, I wasn't able to this year, but in the past, I've come out and visited the Battle of the Books. I'm amazed at how informed our students are when it's such a wide variety of books.
Mm-hmm.
They are masterful and are answering questions that I'm sure even if I'd have read the books, I wouldn't have been able to answer. So our kids are very, very well prepared and do a great job with that. So thank you for putting that on.
Yeah. We have 64 books that are on our list each year, and there are 4 students to a team. So typically, each student will read 16 books to be prepared to answer a question on any of the books. So it's a big job, and we choose books from lots of different genres to introduce those genres to kids who may not pick up some of those books. If you're not a fantasy reader, you might discover, I do like fantasy, because you're reading books that may be outside of your favorite genre. So we try to have a variety of books and lots of them so that they're busy reading. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Gail.
Well, for our fourth item, we have some friends that are waiting in the wings, out in the hallway, from the Mayor's Youth Council. And I want to tell you a little bit about the Mayor's Youth Council. You can go ahead and have them come in as they're coming in the room. So the Mayor's Youth Council was formed in 2008 by then Mayor Wichita Carl Brewer. And the intent was to provide young people with the opportunity to weigh in on community issues and learn about city government. In addition, the youth council members develop leadership skills through coordinating projects, focusing on policy issues, and they have a variety of committees and roles that mirror the adult roles that you might find in public policy committees. In the past, they have hosted town hall meetings, led drives for families in need, held park cleanups, and discussed important youth-oriented events. As you can imagine, the Mayor's Youth Council is well represented by students from the Wichita Public Schools, though I don't believe that all of our student members here tonight are from WPS because it is an endeavor to involve student leaders from public and private schools throughout the Wichita area. So it's my honor to introduce Rhea Cometh, who is a student at East High, And Rhea is the mayor of the Mayor's Youth Council. So she's prepared to tell you a little bit more, and I assume introduce everyone here to the members of the group. So without further ado, Rhea Cometh, Mayor's Youth Council Mayor.
Hi, thank you so much. So yeah, as said, my name is Rhea. I'm currently a senior at East, and I serve as the youth mayor this year for our Mayor's Youth Council. Every other week, we get the privilege of going up to City Hall to work alongside elected officials to reflect and represent the youth of our city. So each one of our members went through a rigorous application process, which involved essays, interviews, that type of thing, to make it on the council. And now, while they work with us, they strive to be leaders among their peers, in their schools, and in their community. So this year, we are really excited to be working on a couple different projects. Last semester, we were able to host a youth election forum. Ahead of city council elections, we held all of the city council candidates, well, 5 of 6, and we invited teens, specifically juniors and seniors who were getting ready to vote for the first time in the upcoming election, to register and kind of get to know the candidates and sort of acquaint themselves better with local city government. This year, in the new semester, we're working on trying to make some more citywide forums with different other at-large elected officials, and more specifically, coming up in the next couple months, a statewide Kansas Teen Summit, hopefully hosted in Wichita. So thank you so much. We are extremely appreciative of the opportunity to be honored by the board. Without further ado, we'll all introduce ourselves with our name, grade, and school.
I'm Alonzo Dozell, and I'm a freshman at Northwest High School.
My name is Ben Young, and I am a senior at Northeast Magnet High School.
I'm Amaya Williams, and I'm a freshman at East High School.
I'm Alexandria Butler, and I'm a senior at Northwest High School.
I'm Troop Dawn. I'm a senior at South High School.
Hi, I'm Andrew Lee. I am a junior at Wichita Southeast High School.
Hi, my name is Amy Nguyen, and I am a senior at South High School.
Hi, I'm Lily Ban, and I'm a junior at East High School.
Hi, I'm Kate Hallaby, and I'm a junior at East High School.
You can feel their energy, and it is wonderful to have them with us tonight, and for you to have a chance to meet these young people. You will see them in leadership capacities throughout our community. I'm certain of that. So last but not least, we had a couple of beautiful young elementary students with us previously who I think have come back this evening, who were artists that were involved in the Downtown Wichita Holiday Street Banner Design Contest. I don't know whether you all have the opportunity frequently to drive through downtown Wichita, but during the holiday season, the beautiful banners that you're seeing copies of on the screen, which were designed by our kiddos, were featured on the light pole banners that are spread along Douglas and along Main Street going to the south. Terry, do you want to go ahead and have them come in? And there was a citywide competition. This is something that the downtown Wichita leaders have been striving to do for years. And this is just pretty amazing. Hi, gang. We're glad you're here.
got a
So-
few more coming down. Okay. I think they may be siblings. Okay.
I think these may be mamas and daddies that have come to celebrate
Okay,
with their
good,
kiddos.
good.
Young people, we are so proud of you all for being here, and board members, Sean Chastain, our Executive Coordinator of Fine Arts, is here to tell you a little bit more about this initiative, but it makes my heart so proud to see these young people here and to see their work in our community, for our community to benefit from and celebrate alongside Wichita Public Schools. So without further ado, our final good news item tonight allows you to meet these wonderful young people and to learn more about how their art has impacted our entire community.
Thank you, Wendy, and good evening, everyone. WPS banner projects, teachers, and students, if you haven't already, I would ask that you please join Marcia Scurfield, WPS Visual Arts Curriculum Coach, and myself down front so that we can continue recognizing and celebrating your wonderful work. About 2 years ago, the Downtown Wichita Organization and the Wichita Community Foundation invited a few third-grade classes from the Wichita Public Schools to advise our city on some riverfront legacy master plan brainstorming. It was reported by all on what a fun time these city leaders had with our students, and many were convinced that the grown-ups may have enjoyed the collaboration more than the students did. One of the results of this collaborative encounter was in February 2020 when Emily Brookover, Downtown Wichita's Director of Community Development, reached out to our district with an exciting project that she would, and I quote, love to partner with USD 259. Emily shared that Downtown Wichita wanted to have some holiday banners made for their Douglas Avenue light poles. They wanted to bring this idea to our schools and have our students create submissions with a handful of winners being chosen. Those chosen artworks would then be printed on the banners and hung on these light poles for the holiday season with the theme of hometown holidays. So, this past fall, over 100 WPS fourth grade students participated in the Downtown Wichita Street Banner Design Contest by creating unique artwork alongside this hometown holiday theme. Representing all entries, 23 designs from 5 WPS elementary schools were selected to be printed on banners for display along Douglas Avenue from the Arkansas River to Topeka Street. During the holiday season, and again, I certainly want to thank Emily from downtown Wichita because she said she had a tough time selecting the 23 winners. Speaking of the winning entries, I know that we have many representatives here tonight for this good news item. So first off, if you're a parent or a family member or administrator of one of our winners, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you for bringing your students tonight and for your support. And down front, representing our excellent instructors, we also have Catherine Jansen from Griffith Elementary. Thank you, Ms. Jansen, for being with us tonight. Okay, so fourth graders, we want to give you the quick option of coming up as we practiced real briefly to share your name and your school, and obviously if you'd like to share the title of your group. So come on down in the row in front here. We'll share the title of your portrait.
Hello, good evening, and my name is Nicole Ramirez, and I go to McLean Elementary. Hi, I'm Mariana, and I come from Griffith Elementary. My painting is Story Night in Wichita. Hi, my name is Tori Lewis, and I go to Griffith Elementary, and my is Story Night. My name is Cindy Wynn, and I come from Isley, and my painting is called A Jolly Christmas.
Hi, my name is Suleika Williams, and I come from Isley Elementary, and the title of my drawing is A Happy Christmas.
Hello, my name is Kayla Alcala, and my school is Woodman, and my name of my portrait is Christmas Blast. Hi, my name is Cadence Davies, and I come from Woodman Elementary, and the name of my portrait is One Snowy Christmas.
My name is Adam Peterson. I come from Woodman Elementary School, and the title of my artwork is Snowman.
Hi, my name is Lillian Lineber, and I come from Woodman Elementary School, and my title of Snowman is Wonderful Snowman.
So how about one final round of applause for all of our student artists tonight? Just before winter break, we were also part of the mayor's briefing, and Marcia Scurfield, again, our visual arts curriculum coach, gave an excellent synopsis of this program, which was also quoted by Wichita Media. So I've asked Marcia to, again, share those comments with us tonight.
Well, there's nothing like children's art to make you think about Christmas. And these banners downtown were just gorgeous. I hope you got a chance to see them because they just gave such a feeling of that joy of Christmas that children have. Kids, hold up your artwork. So those are pretty big paintings, aren't they? Well, I think those were 10 by 20. Actually, the banners were 30 inches by 60 inches. So they were monumental size. You could really see them from a distance. And we're just so proud of our kids, and they did a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Downtown Wichita, participating students, parents, teachers, administrators, district leadership, Superintendent Thompson, and the Board of Education. You continue to share with our community that all WPS Fine Arts students are not only the artists of tomorrow, but the artists of today. Thank you.
It's great to have some of our younger students at our meeting. We usually have a lot of high schoolers. It's not that often we get to have elementary students, so that was great. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, under reports, Service Employees International.
I'm not seeing Esau, so we'll go to the next item.
Next item, under reports, United Teachers of Wichita.
Welcome, Brent.
President Reeser, Dr. Thompson, members of the board. We appreciate how seriously you have taken the safety of our students and staff during this COVID pandemic. This latest Omicron surge has been quite an ordeal, and the fact we have been able to keep most schools open and running has been important to our students, their families, and the Wichita community. We are optimistic that we may be finally seeing the other side of this wave of illness through our community. Yet we are concerned to see COVID safety precautions relaxed prematurely when community spread is still near record highs and the situation in our hospitals remains critical. This pandemic has been frustrating and exhausting. Its effects have been cruelly unfair, leaving some without symptoms while taking the lives of others. We have been through so much over the last couple of years. It is important that we not lose patience while the lives of people we care about are still at stake, because we are getting closer to a return to some sort of normalcy. As we think about a return to normalcy, we also have work to do to help many students continue the transition back to a normal school environment. Some of our youngest students have spent half, most, even all of their school years in a COVID pandemic. Some have suffered major disruptions in their lives through job loss, illness, deaths in the family. We understand that a child's basic needs must be met before they are able to fully engage in learning and growth. We also know that a classroom teacher's ability to provide for the needs of all of her students while simultaneously providing quality instruction to a room full of children is limited. We have a lot of work to do to meet the various needs many of our students bring to our schools in order to learn. We also need to maintain a productive learning environment for all of our students. There are no easy answers for how to meet all of these needs with limited time, money, people, resources. So please listen to our teachers about what they need to be successful in the classroom. Finally, our educators have been working extremely hard through difficult circumstances and chronic uncertainty for years now. We want to recognize how important it is to take care of the professionals working in our public schools. With ongoing teacher shortages across the state and the nation, now more than ever, it is vital that USD 259 show our dedicated educators that they are valued and their careers in Wichita Public Schools will be sustainable, satisfactory, and successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. As we get into the, that's a great reminder of, as we head into the public communication, I would ask that you not applaud or make any noise during the conversation or after. It's very important for the board to actually hear everyone. And also, I need to remind everybody that they need to be wearing a mask. Okay, we'll have plenty of time to debate, I promise. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, public communications. Will all public speakers bring me your handouts before heading to the podium?
And before I call the first speaker, Patrick, what number is James Kilpatrick?
Mr. Kilpatrick is number 10.
Okay, thank you. Our first speaker is Matthew Fehrenbaugh. Welcome, Matthew. Matthew, this one's slightly different from AMAC. The last time you spoke, you'll have a timer up there on the corner.
Okay.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just want to start by, we hear a lot of talk about rules and regulations. And I want to talk about the last board meeting for a minute because I was here and I spoke. It was horrendous what was stacked against these three patriots that are on the board, period. That's uncalled for. Second, where's the proof that this mask works? Really?
Okay, one last warning, and if we're going to have outbursts, we'll clear the building, we'll clear this auditorium, and the 10 speakers will come in one at a time. And I am serious about that. I don't want to hear a peep during the public communications, please. Matthew, you did not lose that time. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to start off by reading the 2019 Kansas statute, section 65-5A16. Act to no effect certain rights and responsibilities. Nothing in this act shall be constructed or limiting the power of the parent, guardian, or conservator of a person in local parentage with respect to a child who with special care needs. Nothing in this act shall be constructed to authorize any treatment services for children under 18 years of age. When did the state become in charge of my children? That's what I want to know. You know what I have to deal with every day coming home with my kids? They hate it. They don't see smiles at school. There is nothing in this world that says this mask works. The cat's out of the bag, period. We know what's going on. The CDC lied. COVID is complete BS. BS. 2 years, everybody's exposed. What's changed? Can anybody here tell me what's changed? I don't think they can. This is all about control and compliance, period. This mask needs to end immediately. You are causing physical, emotional damage to my children that's irreparable, and it's not your job to decide medical decisions for my children. This is ridiculous. Complete ridiculous. Listen, you guys were elected to do the work of the people. There's a lot of things going on that a lot of people don't know about, like you delegating power to the teachers' unions. That's another thing that's going to be brought up very soon. We're not going away. This is going to get bigger and stronger. We need you to do the right thing. In charge of this board as elected officials, you have a duty to the Constitution of the United States. And I hate to say this, but anybody who's not doing the right thing and following and pandering to this fake agenda, we're coming for your seats.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker is Robert Howes. Welcome, Robert.
Members of the board, Dr. Thompson, staff, and fellow citizens. My name is Rob Howes. My great-grandfather, George Winfield Howes, was a Methodist preacher in Newton, McPherson, and Lyons. My grandfather grew up in Lyons. When he was 16, he left. I came back after earning a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in aeronautical, astronautical, and engineering sciences from Purdue University. I went to work for Cessna Aircraft, where for 43 years I worked on the design and development of business jets. I've lived in Kansas and Wichita for 53 years. I have a son and a granddaughter who are products of USD 259. I love Wichita and I love Kansas. I'm here today to pledge my support for the USD 259 mask mandate, which was arrived at through a civil and responsible democratic process. My purpose tonight is to simply read into the record the facts that support that mandate. And I'm going to start with a quote from a physician at the Mayo Clinic Children's Hospital, where she says, "Because of the concerns that have been raised about whether or not there are negative effects of masking on children, there have now been numerous studies done. These studies have unequivocally shown that there are no negative health effects on children from wearing a mask." Next, this from the Kansas Reflector, data compiled by Governor Kelly's office staff. Kansas students are 4 times as likely to get COVID-19 at schools without a mask requirement. This from the Wichita Eagle, January in Kansas sees a record number of children hospitalized with COVID. Another news report from Kansas City. The Kansas City, Missouri Council voted 10-2 on 1 February to extend the city's mask mandate for K-12 schools. From the Mayo Clinic, wearing a mask does not increase the level of carbon dioxide in the air that you breathe. COVID-19 has helped cause the largest drop in U.S. life expectancy since World War II. This from PBS. There are over 740,000 COVID cases in Kansas. There have been over 7,700 deaths from COVID in Kansas. This is over 3,000 deaths from COVID per million people.
Mr. Howes, I'm going to interrupt you. We have the rest of this information. Your 3 minutes is up. But,
I'm sorry, I can't.
No, that's okay. We do have the rest of your information in front of us, so we thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I'm out of time. I'm not out of facts, but I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
And I appreciate the audience holding their any outbursts. I know this is not easy, but you're doing a great job, and I appreciate it. It's important that we set a good example for the kids. The next speaker is Pat Maidenberin. And Pat, I apologize if I messed up that last name.
You sure did.
Okay.
It's Madden Baron. You've got me messing it up now. Good evening, Dr. Thompson, Mr. Reeser, President of the board, and the rest of the board, and especially to patrons who have shown up tonight to show their interest in this school district and the children thereof. I care about children. I care about children's health, and I care about their education, as I know that you all do. I have been an anesthetist for 40-plus years, so I know about and have worn masks. Wearing masks to prevent COVID, though, and the cross-contamination is another topic completely. Because of the size of the COVID virus, most masks are not adequate to stop their passage into or out of a mask, therefore not protecting the wearer or his or her close contacts. The cloth masks being rewashed raises many concerns. Water temperature adequate, disinfectant appropriate, and contaminants passed to other articles in the washer or the dryer. Discarding disposable masks appropriately raises other concerns. If they are really stopping and collecting COVID virus, touching the outside of it, to do this or to discard is contaminating the hands, etc. So where are all the disinfecting agents and the hazardous waste containers? The gaps in the masks on the wearer's face also allow free flow of COVID virus. The understanding of mask wearing is also askew. Seeing people walking, jogging, walking their dogs with masks on is past amusing. Fresh air and easy breathing would be a much better health measure than any, I repeat, any mask. Much the same reasoning for people in their cars by themselves with masks on. It's nearly humorous. So to students now, that's what we're here about. They cannot see their teachers' mouths. They can't hear as well, hindering learning on a very, very basic level. And that's what they're at school for. To see your teacher smile is a huge reward to any student. The teacher's extra effort to speak is also a concern, as we all struggle to force our voices out through a mask. It adds to the frustration of a day that's already stressful enough in its own right. The CO2 level, in contrast to Mr. Howe's statement, does increase while wearing a mask, if it in fact is an adequate mask.
Pat.
And that's not healthy for your students, teachers, and other staff.
Excuse me, Pat.
I'm sorry. Don't forget, plenty of love. God bless you and help you with your jobs, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Pat. Our next speaker is Molly Lavicek. Welcome, Molly.
Thank you. I have to say I'm a bit nervous with all of my former students up there. Good evening, Board of Education, community members. As teachers, we are often told, focus on what you can control. In other words, when our students go home, we can't control what they eat or don't, who, if anyone, is there to help them with their homework, how much they sleep or don't. We can only focus on what we can do for them while they're in our care, to focus on creating positive habits and practices that might help them no matter what they face outside of our classroom walls. Masks in schools, venerated and hated, sometimes by the same individual, and I count myself as that individual. But, as proven by years of use in hospitals, they are effective in slowing disease transmission. Currently in Sedgwick County, our transmission rates are still high, somewhere above 15%, and the vaccination rate relatively low, around 50% of total population, and only 10% of those are in the 0 to 17 category. We are not out of the woods. I'm not here to pound you with statistics, as I am certain that as elected officials whose mission it is to ensure both the best possible education and safety of all 259 students, you certainly stay abreast of local statistics and relative changes in our community. Masking during high transmission times is something we can control within the walls of our schools. I am not asking for masks forever. I am asking that you as a board develop a clear, science-based protocol for when masking is necessary and required. Please, do what I would ask my students to do. Research. Run your sources through tests of validity and reliability, and make a policy that is both comprehensive, data-driven, and made with the help of our local medical and public health officials. Right now, outside of our school walls, many students and staff are losing loved ones to COVID. I just had an 8th grade student who had to help her family make the decision of removing a parent from a ventilator or not. It is not something, as a teacher, you want to nurse a student through. Teachers are overworked to the bone, covering classes for absent colleagues. Please, continue to focus on what you can control. Air quality in our classrooms, testing for staff, students, families, hiring substitutes, and requiring masks at time of high transmissions. Once you say no more masks, it will be difficult to go back. This is hard, and it should be. Again, I tell my students, dig in, persevere, and make a plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Please, no applause. No applause, no clapping, no booing. Our next speaker is Andrew Lay.
Oh, I believe the teacher left her clipboard. No.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Andrew Lee, a junior from Wichita Southeast High School. I come to you this evening to speak about masking and the long-lasting effects of the pandemic on our youth population. There are many parents here tonight that are advocating for overturning the district mask mandate for the sake of their kids. However, I'm here as a student and a representative of my peers to advocate in favor for the mask mandate. Ever since the start of the pandemic, I've been hearing the same rhetoric from parents across the nation. Unmask our kids. Stop suffocating our kids. And one that was mentioned last meeting, and I quote, "There are psychological, emotional, and physical effects you are causing to our children by forcing them to wear a mask." Now, let's dive deep into that statement, shall we? Masks are not causing any significant psychological or emotional damage. Jeremy Kendrick, a doctor of medicine and an assistant professor of psychiatry at the University of Utah and Huntsman Mental Health Institute states, "The evidence that we have does not point us to any concern that masks affect mental health negatively. Masks aren't the problem, but years of neglect to address mental health and COVID-19 is. These long-standing mental health issues aren't just now appearing. They have long existed and have been exacerbated by the pandemic." And secondly, the physical damage. Now, the worst I've seen personally is probably a bad case of acne. But other than that, there is no real significant physical damage as to wearing masks. And some may believe that masks reduce oxygen intake and cause us to breathe in dangerous levels of CO2. But there is no substantial evidence to support that, says doctors and researchers from the University of Utah, University of Iowa, the National University of Singapore, the CDC, and so forth. And a small sample study my peer, Leah Medina, collected concluded that 54 students out of 54 students of our school, 21 liked wearing their mask. 17 didn't mind, and 8 disliked their masks. Masks are not the problem. The damage that you worry about isn't caused by these masks. It stems from a year and a half in isolation. The damage that you worry about isn't caused by these masks. It stems from us not being able to school because it's shut down due to a COVID-related staffing issue. The damage that you worry about isn't caused by these masks. It stems from the stress and anxiety of missing school, missing work, and having to make it up so eventually students don't even want to get tested. The damage that you worry about isn't caused by these masks. It stems from having to go into class and hearing that we lost another classmate to suicide, to gun violence. The damage that you worry about isn't caused by these face masks. They are the consequences that the pandemic has put on students, staff, and teachers nationwide. So yes, we are suffocating, but not because of masks, because of the anxiety and stress of quarantining and being behind 5 days, worrying if our schools are even going to be open tomorrow, wondering how many kids are out for quarantine this week, how many teachers out today, how long will it be before we lose another classmate, and the constant effort to close the educational gap from the previous year. So if parents and elected officials want to advocate for students, for their kids, for the next generation, start advocating for mental health in the youth and how to effectively deal with the consequences of the pandemic. Provided to you this evening are links and peer-reviewed studies from agencies and researchers around the nation and the world that support masking, coupled with other preventative measures to reduce the spread of COVID-19 within our communities and schools. Please, think carefully and make the right decision when it comes to students and staff over COVID protocol. Thank you, and please remember to be compassionate and kind to one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next speaker is Chip Gramke. Welcome, Chip.
Good evening, President Reeser, Superintendent Thompson, and members of the board. My name is Chip Gramke, and for 12 years, long ago, I sat in the seat you're sitting at tonight. I was elected in 1995, re-elected in 99, and again in 2003. In 2007, I decided I'd have enough fun. As many of you may remember, those were turbulent times, and we faced many important and serious issues. Our board was diverse and sometimes very polarized. We were dealing with issues like zero tolerance, curriculum realignment, local option budget, the calling of a new superintendent, and a bond issue to air-conditioned schools. Our board wasn't in like mind on any of these issues. I would love to tell you that we refrained from game playing and grandstanding during this time, but that would be untrue. We got bogged down from time to time and nothing positive happened for a while. Quite frankly, there came a time where we were tired of struggling to get anything done. But we had 48,000 students, 6,000 teachers and employees, and a community that was counting on us to get it figured out. To be honest, the lady that will follow me in speaking tonight, Connie Dietz, cannot be mistaken as being in the same political camp as myself. But we resolved to refrain from grandstanding and political play and instead focus on honest and respectful debate with our eyes on doing what's right for the 48,000 students that counted on us. What we found was that we weren't enemies, and we all had the same goal in mind. Over the years, we accomplished a lot, and I'm proud of what happened in this district during that time. I'm also proud to say I count Connie Dietz as a dear friend today. You too are facing many important issues. The budget's tight, it's getting tighter. You have many building issues, and you're dealing with a pandemic that none of us could have predicted. I don't envy you. You have a huge mountain to overcome, but you have a tremendous advantage in having an awesome superintendent who literally grew up in this district. She's a tremendous asset. I want you to know that as a citizen of this community, I'm rooting for you. I support you. I'm counting on you. My hope is that you will learn early on what took us some time to discover. You're not enemies. You have lots of folks looking to you for leadership. Thank you for your service, and know that I'm praying for you as you go about doing the important work that needs to be done in the district.
Thank you, Chip. Our next speaker is Connie Dietz. Welcome, Connie.
Thank you. Superintendent Thompson, President Reeser, and school board members. My name is Connie Dietz, and I'm a resident of District 2 and an alum of Wichita East High School. My daughter and son graduated from Wichita Heights, and my granddaughter recently graduated from Wichita Northwest. I am a proud and vocal supporter of Wichita Public Schools, USD 259. I am here as a former school board member who took office in 1999 and was reelected for several terms until retiring in December of 2013. I served as president 4 times, vice president 4 times, and worked with 3 superintendents. During my service as a school board member, we passed 2 major bond issues, we ended busing for desegregation purposes, and built or replaced several school buildings, including the new Southeast and new Northeast magnet schools and new Ortiz Elementary School. It was an exciting and gratifying 14 years. When I first took office, I thought I was prepared and knew all about public education. After all, I was a former teacher, my 2 children were recent graduates, and I had worked closely with the district when I worked at the Chamber of Commerce. However, I came with an agenda to shake things up. I was convinced that I knew what needed fixing in the district. Now, people who really know me might tell you that I'm a bit stubborn and hard-headed, and especially when I think I am right. So I didn't take well to anyone telling me, maybe, just maybe, I didn't know everything. Instead, I had to learn the hard way, or you might say through the school of hard knocks. During my 14 years as a member of this board, I discovered some truths that I am convinced still hold today. I learned that the loudest voices weren't always the ones you should listen to. We always welcomed and encouraged the public to talk to us, and everyone always spoke with conviction. Some spoke loudly, even shouting. But I found that it was a quiet voice that drew my attention. I learned that I needed to listen and study and ask lots of questions, which led me to realize that a good dose of humility goes a long way to making a strong and honorable board member. As a board, we spent hours discussing and voicing our opinions on a wide variety of topics. Sometimes our discussions became heated, but always remained professional. We knew that it took 4 votes to get anything done, and when the talking and voting was over, we fully supported the final decision. The most valuable lesson I took with me was the necessity for school board members to advocate for public education and for the roughly 48,000 students who came to our Wichita schools. I have said many times that regardless of whether a student walked, was carried, or was wheeled into one of our schools, they were our responsibility. It made no difference where they lived, who they lived with, what they believed, what they wore, how they identified themselves, or what language they were most comfortable speaking. None of this mattered. They were our students, and we owed them the highest opportunities, teachers, staff, and facilities. I thank you for your service, and I welcome our new board members, and I too trust you. and I know that you will do the right thing for our students. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Thank you, Connie. Our next speaker is Morgan Sinsel. Welcome, Morgan.
Hello, my name is Morgan Sinsel, and I am a student at Northeast Magnet High School. I'd like to begin by making it clear that these past 2 years have been catastrophic for every individual here. My freshman year was abruptly cut short in a school that was beginning to feel like a second home. My sister had to return from study abroad overseas and a once-in-a-lifetime educational opportunity. Millions of businesses closed down, some of which housed the extracurricular activities my friends cherished. Perhaps most notable is the prevalence of lives lost. Everyone has lost. After 2 entire years of pent-up fear and anger, I understand it. I understand that everyone is exhausted with masking and distancing and arguing. I understand the desire to leave this pandemic behind us and pretend it's all over. No one wants to continue wearing masks. I get it. However, I would like to shed some light on the issues of individual freedom that seem most prevalent on this issue. For this, I would like to go back to the 17th century and examine the ideas of English philosopher John Locke, who we studied extensively in Mrs. Rowley's 8th grade social studies class at Robinson Middle School. Locke is often cited as the single most important influence shaping the U.S. Constitution and is most well known for his ideas on a social contract, or the agreement one makes when choosing to live in a society. This idea is that membership in a larger society keeps you far safer than you would be on your own. However, this must be at the cost of some of one's individual freedoms. When applying this to our current pandemic, we understand that we must give up our right to remain unmasked in exchange for the well-being of our society as a whole. This feels like a rather insignificant favor to ask when considering the lives of others. The truth is, masking isn't really about individual rights. The science is clear, as those in the medical profession have been wearing masks to protect patients for centuries. This is because they understand that a mask keeps them from inadvertently spreading their own germs during surgery and causing harm to the patient. My dentist's right to leave his face uncovered while filling a cavity does not supersede my right to a safe medical procedure. In canceling the mask mandate in schools, it would be no different than our physicians removing masks while operating simply because it's their right to do so. In other words, my right to swing my fist ends where your nose begins. This sums up the foundation of our rights as citizens. We enjoy personal choice until it encroaches upon someone else's rights to health and happiness. Tattoos are a personal choice. Piercings are a personal choice. Proactively and purposefully choosing to disregard the health and safety of others is a violation of our social contract. Therefore, masks should continue to be worn because refusing to wear them infringes upon the rights of others. They are not a political statement. They're a public health measure. We, the students of USD 259, look to the adults in our lives for guidance. If you treat us like special snowflakes who only care about ourselves, that is what you'll get. If, on the other hand, you model responsibility for others, the social contract, we will rise to that occasion. We are all tired of the pandemic. Please consider maintaining the mask mandate so we can put it behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Next speaker is Annabelle Merton. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me double check that one. Denise O'Leary, sorry. I was looking at an old list. I apologize. Welcome, Denise.
Hello. I want to speak today about the cancel culture and my appalling surprise to see it being spread in our classrooms. I am a grandmother of several students at 259. A week and a half ago, one of them students comes up to me, and she is very concerned about what happened in her classroom. So I asked her to explain it to me. She said in the middle of the teacher teaching, she stopped, chose to put up a YouTube video of this board's problem with the mask, and then proceeded to whip the kids into a frenzy threats were made, statements were made about certain board members, and then she turned around and put up her private email for the class to see that she sent to board members. And then the next thing she did was put up the address and the phone number of said board members. When did we start to expect higher standards from our students instead of our teachers? This is not something I want my grandchildren taught in 259. I'm asking you, what are you guys going to do about it? How are you going to stop it? There were kids wanting to do a drag on the board members. There were kids talking about doing a drive-by. Is that the kind of thing a teacher should be whipping up in her classroom? My student got up and walked out of the classroom because she doesn't want to hear that kind of stuff. And I'm appalled to think that it's still going on. So I'm asking you, board members, what are you going to do about it? When are we going to start having higher standards for teachers than we do for students? Because if a student had done this, they would have been expelled, suspended. There would have been severe consequences. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Denise. Our final speaker on public communication is James Kilpatrick. Welcome, James.
Hi.
Yeah, good evening, board members. Appreciate you hearing me today. I'm with Wichita, Kansas. I'm here to talk about curriculum transparency. I request the policy by USD 259 of each school posting to its website the curricula synopsis of the classes, listing of books and materials used to instruct a class. This information to be posted for public use and evaluation without discrimination. This will allow the public to examine the political philosophy, sexual education, and benefits of the public education in Wichita. There is a lack of respect for the greatest political and economic system devised by societies, and children don't know the difference between biological sexes and human imagination. Poor performance of the school system, according to the Kansas Policy Institute's 2021 Public Education Factbook, indicates a poor foundation in the curriculum. There must be a reason. The public finances the education system. Taxpayers should know what is being taught to the students. All persons in society are impacted by the material being used to instruct students. There is no need for secrecy that would hinder research by the public in understanding the curriculum. Two objections by school districts are: one, copyrighted material cannot be scrutinized by the public. I know of no copyright law that prohibits the publishing of a title, author, and a summary of materials. Should a publisher prohibit that information, it should be removed from instructional materials. Some of the material is furnished by an instructor and not available to the school. It should be published or removed from instruction. Transparency of what's being taught can restore integrity to the school system. All materials used to instruct or inform the students should be available to the public. This includes school newspapers and general student communications. These materials will form the worldview of a student and the future of the country. The education system is the very foundation of our society. President Abraham Lincoln stated, "The philosophy of the schoolroom in one generation will be the philosophy of government in the next." And at what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it reaches us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide. There should be complete transparency in the educational system. I have made attempts to investigate the curriculum in schools. As you can tell, it has not been successful. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, education, COVID-19 protocols review.
We also have 7 speakers on this item before the presentation. The first speaker is Carrie Sue Vosberg. And Patrick, it's 3 minutes for these as well, right? Okay. Welcome, Carrie Sue.
Thank you. Good evening. On August 23rd, 2021, the USD 259 School Board voted to implement a mask mandate with no exit strategy for ending the mandate, while surrounding schools are safely open with no mandates with current lower positivity rates. Every act has a consequence, and there is always risk. It is imperative to weigh the consequences before embarking on a specific course of action. These are risk management decisions, especially for parents. Someone in a position of authority telling you to do something doesn't mean that it is accurate or necessary for your individual health or situation. We must ask ourselves, do the benefits of masks and social distancing truly outweigh the long-term psychological, physical, social, and academic harm?
Ms. Vosberg, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a stickler on this, but if I let you, then somebody else is going to want to do it, but I need you to put your mask above your nose.
Okay, well, I'm having a hard time breathing.
I
so-
understand.
Academic harm we are inflicting on a whole generation of children. Stephen Petty is an industrial hygienist / PPE expert. Mr. Petty has presented signed affidavits and testified in court regarding masks and social distancing as it relates to COVID-19. His conclusions are aerosols are too small to be stopped by masks, and social distancing is meaningless with respect to aerosols. If you can slip a human hair by your mask, it will not stop COVID aerosols. Engineering controls of dilution and destruction are more effective remedies. Ms. Hedrick's future-ready priority is putting kids first and holding herself accountable for success by considering what's best for her kids in her decisions and votes. Did you and your colleagues ever consider the negative effects like bacterial pneumonia and staph infection or potential damages such as developmental issues of masking the kids? Has Ms. Hedrick's priority been accomplished? What is increasing with regard to the education of our children are mental health issues, suicide rates, developmental decline, and the need for speech therapists. How many times since August have you re-examined the data? Is the data no longer relevant because the kids are masked with no guidelines for ending the mandate? Was the data a ruse for implementing the highly suggested COVID protocols for ESSER fund approval? Was it ever about the health and safety of the kids, or was it always about the money? Ms. Crable stated the board had received excellent advice from doctors. Have doctors provided medical advice as to potential improvements to one's general health for preventing COVID-19? Has the board promoted any public health education programs? Or are you strictly promoting masks, social distancing, unreliable testing, and vaccines? If you're relying on the experts, then I implore you listen to Stephen Petty as his qualifications regarding PPE provide the expertise needed in this situation. If you review the provided Stephen Petty information with an open mind, I don't know how you can say masks prevent the spread of COVID-19. Considering the lack of protection from masks and the potential for exposure to the virus when students are not on school property, I don't see the benefits of the mask mandate outweighing the many risks. I respectfully request the board vote to remove the mask mandate. I understand it is not policy to address questions in this format. There's a written copy of my speech, and I would request a written response to some of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie Sue. We do have your packet. The next speaker is Matthew Blazewitz.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Blazewitz. I have 3 children in the USD 259 school board. I want to start off by saying I think all of us here in the community, we want the same things for our kids. We want to have our kids be safe, and we want them to get a good education. I think we can all agree on that. So recent experience with this latest variant has shown us a lot with our COVID protocols. It's shown that we've had to, as a result of the spread of this variant, suspend contact tracing. We almost had to, I was reading articles where we were looking at potentially shutting down the school. So it's very significant spread and impact of the virus this most recent time around. So then it comes down to, I don't have statistics to cite y'all. For me, this comes down to, if masks work, why don't they work so good? So I'll say this. Look, the CDC has said that cloth masks are not effective. So cloth masks are currently allowed with our current protocols. They haven't proved to be effective, and we saw the results. So with any risk management plan, you have to be ready to adjust. You have to be ready to change based on the data. So like many other speakers here, I'd encourage the school board to both look at the effectiveness or lack thereof that we've recently seen of these mask mandates, but also look at the costs. It's been well documented before even COVID hit that early childhood development is heavily reliant on seeing the face. We've seen increase in self-harm among young girls, and we've seen a decrease in nationwide public school tests. So I'd ask the board, consider the data, dive in deep, understand the costs, and in my opinion, it's time to see each other's faces again. We've seen that what we have with the mask mandate has proven ineffective, and that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Matthew. Next speaker is Ron Hobart. Welcome, Ron.
Good evening, Dr. Thompson, President Reeser, and the USD 259 board. This is a 5-alarm crisis. If we're serious about getting every child the support they need to thrive, our elected leaders across the nation need to address this crisis now. I agree with NEA President Becky Pringle. August of 2021, the USD 259 board voted a mask mandate. I'm happy the board required all students, staff, and visitors to wear a mask. Masks cut down on the chances of passing this virus to others. My name is Ron Hobart. I am a 5th grade teacher at Black Traditional Magnet Elementary School and an educator of 32 years. And of those years, 18 of them as a proud USD 259 employee. In recent January 26th article in the National Academy of Science of the United States of America stated, "The multitude of evidence indicates that mask wearing reduces transmissibility per contact by reducing transmission of affected respiratory particles in both laboratory and clinical context. Public mask wearing is most effective at reducing the spread of this virus when compliance is high. It is important we follow and listen to the scientific community and make sure all research is peer-reviewed for its authenticity. As a member of this community, I feel having a mask mandate is imperative to the success of fighting this ongoing pandemic. As we continue with our third school year with COVID-19, mask wearing is helping to mitigate bigger problems. To abandon it altogether is a signal to our students and all of our stakeholders that their lives are dispensable. How are students supposed to be able to feel safe in our schools when the rationale behind no prevention measures is being taken? USC 259 teachers are represented by both NEA and AFT, National Teachers Unions, and we have worked tirelessly for American public schools to stay open with all safety in mind. I am speaking on behalf of our teachers, but as AFT Kansas Vice President. Keeping the mask mandate is imperative to the success of keeping cases down and not shutting down USD 259 schools. Do I like wearing a mask? No. But I wear one for 3 reasons: humility, kindness, and community. Please do not make changes to our mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Our next speaker is Miles Banks. Welcome, Miles.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Miles Banks, and I attend Wichita Southeast High School. For the past 2 years, this country has done its best to navigate through this pandemic, making every effort to hold on to the little bit of normal we all know and love. None of us, students, teachers, or parents, have the medical fortitude to determine what will and won't be helpful to all students during this time. But there is a group of doctors and scientists who work around the clock studying and understanding the pandemic who do, the CDC. If those who are certified and whose job it is to make such decisions say we need to mandate and wear masks for the safety of the general public, then I believe it would be in our best interest as a community to abide by the advisories given to us by the CDC. Currently at Southeast, there are approximately 2,250 students going in and out of the building on a daily basis. Students who come from across the entire city, from different areas, different people living different lives. Keeping the mask mandate assures that if there's any chance of the school setting being a catalyst for transmission, this district has done all that it could to help diminish or stifle this rate as much as possible. As a student, I understand why people hate masks. They're hot, stuffy, and I can always smell what I ate for lunch. In addition, being the drum major at my school and having to lead by example and conduct an 100-plus piece marching band in masks was not an easy task. But we all sacrificed for the safety of each other, our peers, and the people we care about. Removing the mask mandate will not only put students at risk, but the teachers as well. The very people who we spent the last 2 years praising, uplifting as heroes for persevering through this pandemic to further our education as students, we would be putting them at risk, turning our back to their safety and politicizing their best interest. I am asking you, please, make the decision for their safety, people who are truly affected by your decision. Not just considering what the parents want, but what the people who are having to go get and give the education you are mandated to provide. We deserve to have our safety put first over all other opinions and thoughts. This is not something that will be unanimously supported, but with much power comes much responsibility. And when in a position of power, there will always be opposition to rules and change. But that is not a time to renege on a proven effective policy and put at risk thousands of people of all ages. Part of leadership is understanding and standing firm with what's right, especially when it's working. I pray this pandemic ends soon because I am tired of it. But being tired does not translate into a right to defy science, ignore authority, or throw away good common sense, and neither do you. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles. Our next speaker is Paul Babish. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you. President Reeser, board members, Superintendent Thompson, I am Paul Babish. I'm a former government and social studies teacher here in USD 259. I taught at Mayberry and at South. And the last few years of my career, I was honored to be elected vice president and then president of the United Teachers of Wichita. And I'm here tonight to thank you for implementing the COVID protocols that you have so far. You have a tremendously important public responsibility to protect the health and safety of nearly 50,000 students and 6,000 or 7,000 employees. Thoughtful actions that you have taken in the past are appreciated and based on scientific evidence and data. That's the way it needs to be. I'm sure there are thousands of former employees out there who appreciate the concern that you've shown by the actions that you've taken in implementing these COVID protocols. I can't imagine myself teaching nowadays after these last 3 years. I hear from my former colleagues about teaching remotely, then teaching a hybrid model, then now in person with the COVID virus, running through the hallways, even closing good old South High for one day, unheard of, but necessary. So kudos for you and for our students and our staff for working together under serious and very unique circumstances. Please know that a large percentage of Wichita's population, including most of the thousands of former USD 259 employees like me, who share your concern for the health and safety of our students and staff, appreciate the scientific approach to the conundrum of keeping our schools open for in-person learning during a deadly worldwide pandemic. Pay attention to the science, study the data, stay the course. Do what the science and the data tell you. Please follow the CDC guidelines and the guidelines of our local health department. They have it right, and you do too. Please keep the COVID protocols until the science and the data tell you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Donnell Howard. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Donnell Howard, and I am a school nurse for Franklin Elementary. I have been a school nurse for Wichita Public Schools for 14 years. I've also been a pediatric and NICU nurse for 17 years in the hospital setting. I first want to thank the board for keeping the mask mandate in place despite the pressure. When we require masks, we see fewer outbreaks in schools. We see fewer students impacted, and we see students returning to the academic setting 5 days sooner. When we require masks, our students stay safe, healthy, and in person to learn. And that's who we are here for, our students. So now is not the time to make any changes. We are seeing different variants of COVID, but we're also seeing the flu communicable diseases, and other viruses that affect our students and staff. This was more and more evident when we came back January 5th from winter break. We still have more of this race to run. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and that we are running this together. As a district, we can't worry about who's in front of us or behind us in this race. Yes, we are all tired of running. Trust me, I know. But we haven't crossed the finish line yet. So please, keep doing the 3 W's, wearing your mask, washing your hands, and watching your distance. Thank you again for your support this far on the mask mandate.
Thank you. And our last speaker on Education Part 1 item is April Harris. Patrick.
Good evening. My name is April Harris, and I'm currently the nurse at Hamilton Middle School. For the year before joining the district, I was on the COVID unit, taking care of COVID patients every day. When I started the year and masks were not required, I got worried. I was testing anywhere from 80 to over 100 students a day by myself. The students were scared that they would test positive and get really sick. I have quite a few students in my school that have lost parents, grandparents. Some of them don't even have parents anymore or guardians to take care of them and are now in the foster care system due to losing people to COVID. Or they know a student that was hospitalized from COVID. In taking the time to talk to the students, they have shared their fears on COVID. Having the mask mandate in place has helped with making the students feel safer at school. Making sure my students are healthy is my priority. I would like to share a portrait that a student drew themselves on how they feel about COVID. She drew this and gave me permission to bring it to the board meeting. She said this is how she feels right now during COVID. She too has also lost a parent and is now in the foster care system due to COVID. On the back of the picture, she wrote, "COVID meant that my world was fixed into a box. It gave me the effect of my mortality." To hear an 8th grader say that something has affected their mortality is devastating. To know that she also lost a parent and is now in the foster care system is even more devastating. Let's continue to protect our kids and keep the mask mandate in place.
Thank you, April. We will now take up COVID-19 protocol review. Dr. Thompson, if you'd like to introduce the topic.
In response to board request, we will bring forth a COVID update, and I will turn it over to my colleague, and she and I will tag team this as needed.
I'll give Patrick a second to pass this out.
But just a sec.
Just a second.
He took it.
Good evening, President Reeser, Dr. Thompson, and board members. My name is Terry Moses. I'm the Director of Safety and Environmental Services for Wichita Public Schools. At the last meeting, you asked for an update on COVID, and so we are going to give you a brief update this evening. Starting with the basics, the environmental safety priorities that we've had in place for now 23 months. Emphasis on hand washing healthy habits. We post these in all of our schools. We educate people in regards to all of these. We use public information as much as we can to get this information out. Hand sanitizing, providing cleaning supplies. Much of a good portion of our early ESSER dollars went to purchasing those cleaning supplies and PPE. Intensive cleaning, including high touch points. One question that was brought up at the last board meeting was the proper disposal of used masks. And to cover that this evening, when this started 23 months ago, very quickly we knew that we would have masks to dispose of once they became available. And so our law department, our student support department, along with our nurses and as well as our environmental department, all researched the proper disposal of masks. And the masks are disposed of in waste, which is the proper disposal and meets all guidelines and does conform with Kansas law. One of the things we focused on again was the air handling enhancements, things like isolation rooms to accommodate those who become ill or develop symptoms after they arrive, to control the spread as much as possible. And one of the things that has taken a lot of staff time is the WPS COVID hotline, which centralizes employee response and tracking information. And I can tell you over the recent surge due to the Omicron variant that these people have put in a great amount of time making sure that they are tracking information so that you and the people making decisions, our COVID team, have information. Just to summarize this school year, the 21-22 school year, the school year began August 12th. We began at your direction with a strong recommendation to wear masks. Very quickly, the community data showed, and you made the decision that masks were the responsible thing to do. And August 30th, you came back together and made a mask requirement for all USD 259 property, students, staff, and visitors. One of the things that we do on a regular basis, again, since this started, is we do not make decisions in a vacuum. We rely on expert guidance. We've learned very quickly, as we do with many things, whether it's a building, whether it's curriculum, whether it's structure, we rely on experts to provide us information. We are extremely fortunate and have been extremely fortunate to have the Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids. Many of them housed right here in Sedgwick County. And sitting behind me, for those of you who don't know him, I would like to introduce Dr. Paul Tran. He is a part of that Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids, and he's been a great asset to us in providing us information, doing research as we continue to make difficult decisions in regards to our response to COVID. We have a pandemic team that meets weekly or more often than that as necessary to make decisions such as the most recent decisions that we've had in regards to the 1 or 2 day shutdowns of school due to staffing issues this particular time around. Online learning options, this has brought a lot of confusion, as a lot of things in COVID have. Right now, the state, and we tried to put this as summary as possible, it is not allowed unless a student is absent due to COVID. So we cannot have the online or remote learning like we did for the entire or even parts of a semester. It's only allowed if the student is absent due to COVID. We did use that process through the first semester of this school year. After looking at it and reviewing it, one of the things we always do is review our actions and see whether or not they're successful. Prior to the beginning of the second semester, we looked and we saw that the data in regards to families and students that were using that resource was low. And we also heard from our teachers that it was difficult to do because they couldn't plan on a day-to-day basis whether they would have kids remotely or not at all, or they'd have to plan to do both remote and in person. So we discontinued that practice at the start of the second semester. So we do not have that learning for students absent due to COVID. Now I think the part of this presentation that certainly is public record, and we have it out there, but we want to make sure that you're aware of it. This chart, these are positive student COVID cases, and I think every night when you watch the local news, I don't care which channel you're at, you're going to see a bell curve that very much matches this bell curve. We've said since the beginning that we are a part of our community, and certainly that has been true in regards to COVID cases. So you see that over our winter break, the numbers were very, very low. That's part because we don't get a lot of reporting over a winter break. But immediately upon returning to school from winter break and upon the arrival of the Omicron variant to our community, our numbers spiked tremendously. Also want to point out that that very last column, the 241, you'll see that there's an asterisk on the date, and that is because of our snow days last week. Normally, we would report an entire week of COVID data. We didn't have students in our buildings for an entire week last week. We only had students in our buildings for 2 days. So that number, just caution you, we really can't say for sure if that's an accurate representative. Just like you saw over the holiday break, that number is extremely low. That's not an accurate number of the number of students that we had that had COVID during that time period, and we believe that that last week is going to be the same data point, just because we didn't have school for those 3 days. Our staff numbers mirror very much the information that you received in regards to student numbers. We are very, very hopeful that these numbers continue. Looking at the community data, we're seeing the same thing. Again, I want to point out the asterisk that you see on that last column is the same thing. You see that that is only a partial week of data because we did not have teachers or staff. We had some staff in our buildings on Friday, but we did not have teachers in our buildings on Friday. So take that information knowing that that's not totally a complete week of data due to the snow fall that we encountered last week. The student quarantine data. As you can see, at the beginning of the school year, we had that increase. You made the decision to go back to masking. As we saw in the community, as with previous slides, we saw that drop. And then the return after the first of the year, we saw the extreme rise. And now, as we see, hopefully, we are very hopeful that we're seeing Omicron leave our community. We're seeing those numbers drop, and this is student quarantine numbers. Again, there is an asterisk on that very last column because of the snow date that we have. We have the same information for our staff quarantines. Again, the rise and fall is very similar in terms of the peaks and valleys that you see on this. And once again, you can see that we have a downward trend, but we also have the asterisk that is on that last month, or the last week, I'm sorry, because of the shortened week and then our inability to gather appropriate data due to staff not being present. All of this information, those last 4 slides, have been made available on our website since the beginning of the school year. The last chart that we have for you this evening is one of the most significant ones we have, and this is our substitute fill rate. We did check with staff this morning, and prior to COVID, our normal substitute fill rate, and that is when a teacher is absent due to illness, vacation, whatever reason, family illness, our normal rate runs between 82 and 87%. And you can see in August, we started with a substitute fill rate that was in that 84 percentile. We were there. As COVID has continued, it has become more difficult to find people to substitute. And also, as you can see, in January, when we had the higher spike, we had more people out and we had less people to fill those vacancies. That combined information is what led us to make those 1 or 2 day closures to those schools. We simply did not have enough staff to safely staff schools for those a couple of days. And this data is for teaching positions. We don't have substitutes for example, our trades and for staff in budget office or other places. This is all information based on teaching positions. So to summarize our coded protocol changes that we've made, again, like I said, our COVID pandemic team meets on a weekly or more basis as necessary. A couple of things that we have done, again, listening to the guidance of people like Dr. Tran, as well as the Kansas Department of KSDE, KDHE. We made 2 changes in January, and that is COVID positive cases can return after 5 days, and this was both students and staff, rather than the 10 days that was required by our COVID protocol prior to that. That is if they are feeling well and fever-free. And the second change that we made, again with the same guidance, was to suspend close contact tracing in our schools. We still do testing for people who have symptoms and people who want to be tested, but we no longer do the close contact tracing that we were doing prior to that. One of the things that we want to do is make a commitment to transparency, and so that we have placed that data, that background sheet is a screenshot from our website that shows information. There's also information that goes school by school. I know I have calls from parents and grandparents asking about specific schools, and I've been able to point them to this website so that they can do their own research. We're committed to that. Finally, I'd like to say we know we've had an increased workload for everybody. You've said it, I've said it. I want to say how tremendously thankful I am to everybody who's been involved in this process. You witnessed tonight how passionate people are about both sides of the mask issue. We've gone through the same thing with sporting events and a variety of things. And for 23 months, I can say I am tremendously proud of this community. We haven't had threats of violence. We haven't had any violence. We've had good, honest debate and the opportunity for people to present their side of the story. And so I would just like to say a big thank you for everybody for the professionalism that they've shown as we've gone through this process. That is our presentation together this evening, and I am available if you have any questions.
Before we get to questions, let me see if Dr. Thompson wants to wrap it up.
The only thing I want to wrap up is I just want to acknowledge, as I always do, a lot of the part of this presentation was built on requests that board members had requested at the end of the last board meeting. And so I do not want to be remiss to let them know, and I know they probably heard their questions answered, but I also want folks that are listening to be aware that there were 5 requests at the last board meeting, and we have addressed each and every one of those requests in the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. It is now time for questions or any motions. Ernestine?
I had a parent say to me that they could not find this data online. It is on our website?
Yes, ma'am.
How do they go, if they go to our website, how might a parent or an interested community member find our data?
If you go to the top ribbon of our website on, I believe, the far right-hand side, it says WPS News, and you do the drop down there, and it's COVID response.
Okay, so the far right at the top,
yes,
it says news.
Yes.
Okay.
And COVID responses under that, or you can search the word COVID. That's a little bit more difficult. And then, of course, like any other website, you go to COVID, and then you go to the screenshots that are available. If you want to dig down to schools, you have to look at that page and find anywhere there's an underline, that means it's going to be a connecting that's going to take you to another page.
So even the individual schools, the data is there, so parents who want to know what the data is in their school, they can find it.
That is correct. I will tell you that we had some bog down in the system because the data was so large. So at the end of the calendar year 2021, we archived that information, and now it's from January 2022 on. The archive is still there, but the current live information is from January 2022 on, just because it was an extremely large database.
Thank you.
Hazel?
Yes, you mentioned, my question was about hazardous waste and
Yes,
the
ma'am.
masks. And you mentioned they're disposed. How did you say they were being disposed?
The masks are disposed in normal waste at each one of our buildings.
Okay, and so the masks that are like on the ground or like outside, who's responsible for picking those up? And are the masks considered hazardous waste?
They are not considered hazardous waste, as we are not a medical facility. That's one of the confusions that we get, is if we were a licensed medical facility, then disposal would be different. We are not a licensed medical facility, and so they're handled through normal waste. Generally, any type of waste that's on the ground, whether it's a mask, a napkin, whatever, is going to be picked up by our custodial department.
Okay, and then I noticed that a lot of students are wearing cloth masks. Are they provided by the school? And how are they monitored? How long do they wear them? Or do they change them out during the day, or do they wear them all day? Is that monitored?
At the beginning of this process, when masks were very difficult to come by, we did provide cloth masks to students and to make sure that they had masks. Staff, if you see something just like clothing that's dirty, we knew we could provide. We had some of these masks that I'm wearing, the disposable one. Now we've had the opportunity that we've purchased a large number of disposable masks. Any one of our schools, you go to any of our buildings and they have an ample supply.
And so are the kids encouraged to change them regularly?
Absolutely. Just like they're encouraged to wash their hands and to practice normal safety procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President Reeser, I know I'm out of line, but may I make a comment about the masks on the schoolyards?
No. Diane? Diane?
I'd like to know more about the scientific evidence that you guys are claiming to use to show that masks work, because before 2020 happened, the WHO, the CDC, Dr. Fauci, and many other scientists, this was settled fact that masks do not prevent the spread of a viral transmission. And then in 2020, science got involved in politics, and that all changed. So they said that in all the trials that they found that there was no statistically significant difference in infection rates between masked and unmasked groups of any trials. There were no trials that showed a statistical difference. They also found that wearing a mask may make little to no difference to the outcome of an influenza-like illness compared to not wearing a mask. This was all pre-2020. So have masks changed in the way they're manufactured? Has the science changed? I mean, we are not recognizing, I've heard a lot of stuff talked about science tonight, and this was settled before science got into politics in 2020. So what has changed?
I think as everything changes with new information, additional things that have been settled for years constantly change. We rely on our experts to give us information, and we look at a variety of places, including the Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids. If Dr. Tran would like to, do you want to field that question? I will yield the floor.
I would like to go on, if it's okay, to say that there were two different sizable studies where they studied the transmission of COVID in these trials, and they were randomized controls trials that evaluated the mask in the context of COVID, and they both failed to demonstrate a statistically significant reduction in confirmed viral transmission for either surgical masks or cloth masks. So there is no science that shows that there's a statistical difference between wearing these and not. I support people that wear them, but I also support the people that are like myself that really have a hard time wearing these and concentrating. I have an article here in my notebook that cites over 150 different articles that state the harms that masks cause. That is science. We keep denying the scientists that don't agree with mainstream media, and that is the main problem that we are facing right now. We need to settle with the science that actually is studied. I've heard the CDC be referenced tonight, and the CDC study that they're using to say that the masks are effective in schools is flawed at best. It is the study from Arizona that was published on the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report and defended masking children in schools. This study did not control for days students actually spent in the classroom, improved ventilation, vaccination status, or other mitigation measures. Instead, the schools without mask mandates were in session for more days during the data collection than those who had masks, nearly doubling the in-person time for students in school without mask mandates. The Arizona study does not paint an accurate picture of mask effectiveness for children in schools. The CDC is using very flawed data to push out these mask mandates. So why we're listening to that is questionable at best. We need to listen to the actual science of the effectiveness of masks. We need to look at the social and emotional well-being of students being masked. And we already had a student come address us that talked about the suicide rate increase. I would like to know that in the district because students are facing mental health issues. And are we taking that into consideration when we're forcing a one-size-fits-all health mandate?
I do have the suicide numbers for our district,
Okay.
Dr. Thompson, if you're okay with that. In the 21-22 school year, or actually I'll work way backwards, 17-18, we unfortunately lost one student due to suicide. In the 18-19 school year, we lost one student via suicide. In the 19-20 school year, we lost 2 students via suicide. In the 20-21 school year, we lost 1 student via suicide. And so far in the 21-22 school year, we've lost 2 students via suicide.
Okay.
And I will rely on my colleague, Dr. Tran. One of the things I know, and I hear you very well, and I've heard numerous people talk to the pandemic team exactly what you've said. There are competing views. There's no doubt that there's competing views. And I think there's competing views in regards to science. But I'll let Dr. Tran cover some of the more specifics of your question.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dr. Tran. I work with KU Wichita Pediatrics. I'm a pediatric hospitalist at Wesley Children's Hospital. I'm speaking primarily with the support of KU Wichita Pediatrics and Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids as a representative of them, and a proud North High graduate and parents who worked in the district for a long time. So I feel and kids in the district, so I love Wichita Public Schools. I think you had a lot of questions there. I think, where would you like me to, or what question would you like me to respond to first?
Well, I would like more clarification as to why we're forcing a one-size-fits-all mandate with health decisions when, as a district, we cannot even give out supplements or vitamins to students, but yet we can force this kind of health issue upon over 47,000 students, and then plus their families, teachers, staff. You don't have the data or the science to back that up, and I would like to hear why we're doing that.
Yeah, I don't make any rules for Wichita Public Schools, or anybody, not even probably my kids, but for the recommendation that we have for masking from KCWK, from most of KDH&E and KC, which I am not part of them either, come from both the local data, probably here in Wichita, as we see that in January, when we returned to school, our cases for students spiked that week they came back from school, right? And I believe that then the community numbers spiked then that middle week or that next week in Wichita. And so we're not able to prevent all kid transmission for every kid that is part of Wichita Public Schools. But we're able to try to do our best with masking as one part of that kind of multi-layered mitigation strategy, one imperfect part of that, and prevent that school-based transmission that one kid is here and supposed to be in this class with another student all day or multiple other students. So if one kid comes to school with it, it's probably impossible for us to prevent spread if they're hanging out with friends on weekends and things like that, but we can prevent that with the spread within the school district. The masking, I agree that there's studies that come to conclusions that say masks don't work and masks aren't effective by themselves. Through 2020 and until now, we've had a lot of different types of studies, and no study has been perfect because kids are coming in and out of the community to the school and going back to home and have other extracurriculars. So it's really hard to have comparable data sets. So when we look at the majority of the studies that I've seen, and including the meta-analysis, and I don't have the author's name right now, but there was one published probably in the BMJ from like November, showed that there was in schools that used masking, there was a 53% reduction in transmission when kids come to school, COVID positive to their peers. So there's some of those high quality studies that have been peer reviewed and repeated, and we know that we take the mass of the scientific information over time to kind of come to these conclusions.
Right. I would say that these studies are peer reviewed. They're large studies, but they're largely ignored. And so we're ignoring the fact that the masks are not effective, because if they are, then the cases would go down, but they just mirror the community spread. They don't. If the masks work, then they would be working, right?
Yeah, I believe we've prevented a lot of illness and mitigated a lot of sickness and likely death within Wichita Public Schools.
You have no evidence for that, correct? Because these studies that I just cited showed no statistical difference. So whether the masks were on or not, it might make one feel better or feel safer, but the evidence shows that the masks don't stop the spread of a virus.
Yeah, the evidence from that is looked at from the doctors that have committed their lives to me treating pediatric patients in the hospital, my adult colleagues who are working in the Wesley and Via Christi adult ICUs and COVID units, the infectious disease specialists in our community and in Kansas and in the nation. The studies that we're looking to is showing us that masks are a really good idea as one part of the COVID mitigations.
Because we
strategies.
tend to listen to one side of the doctors and silence the other side of doctors. There are many doctors that I listen to that are taken off the internet very quickly. And that's a big problem that we need to stop ignoring, because we're assuming that this is working when the science doesn't show it.
Again, I have no responsibility over the internet and what happens.
I know it's you and I having a debate in front of everybody.
And I don't want to have a debate. I'd rather have a conversation about this. And I don't want to use everybody's Monday night, because I know everybody has to work tomorrow too. I think that there is a lot of data that shows that masking is the best case scenario for right now for COVID mitigation. I am looking forward to the day, and I hope it comes soon. I think there's a good chance it comes.
Me too.
That I think we will get back to a day when kids are completely safe to go to school without a mask, and especially if they're vaccinated.
Diane, hey, Diane,
yeah.
Diane, just a second. And instead of having a circular Facebook argument about whose studies are correct, do you mind if I get Kathy in here? Save your, and then you
I
can
do
clock
have a
in
few more
again.
things. Yeah, that's fine.
Did you say you have one more?
I do have a few more things.
Yeah, save those, and then we'll come back. That way,
Yeah,
give
that's-
each board member a chance to ask questions, too. And I do want to make it clear that we are not the Sedgwick County Board of Health. We are not going to have a debate over studies, whether COVID's real. We're not going to quote the internet. If you want to do that, then you sign up and you go to the Sedgwick County Board of Health, Sedgwick County Commission. What the request tonight was an update on our safety protocol. And if you agree with them or disagree with them, I will give you plenty of opportunities to make a motion. Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing that I'd like to say is science on masks remains uncertain. I think we can all agree with that. It's just uncertain because there's too many, yes, it works, no, it doesn't work. So I just wanted to establish that. I do have good news. Can you all hear me okay? I feel like you can't hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is good news. On Saturday, the Sedgwick County Department of Health said there were 0 new cases. That's good news. We are on our way to that dream that you have, Doctor. Tell me, do we follow protocol from the CDC?
We make, when we started this process, there was a lot of conflicting information. So as a group, we used community members as an advisory group, including parents, as well as doctors, and we used a variety of people to make decisions in regards to COVID. Do we follow every CDC guideline? No, we started the year without masks, and then we turned back to putting masks into effect. So we use you and us as the pandemic team, as the board, to look at, listen to guidance in regards to this issue, and make decisions in regards to our protocols. Now, most of the protocols that you see on our site in regards to how many days in quarantine and those kind of things, those came from the CDC to the Sedgwick County Health Department, and those were guidelines that were given to us from the Sedgwick County Health Department.
So your team, where did they get their resources to come back and give it to you? Were they a bunch of different places, or did they all just go to one place?
No, we went to a variety of places. I think Dr. Tran, in some of his presentations, lists several different medical authorities that he's provided to us. But in terms of those specific, for example, quarantine guidelines, those generally came from the Kansas Health Department, or I'm sorry, from the Sedgwick County Health Department, as President Reeser said.
And with those different resources that they went to, were they all the same thought, or were there different thoughts and you had to come to your own conclusion?
Absolutely not all the same. There were so many items. Again, you go back to athletic spread, you go out to how many days in quarantine, masks are just one of them, social distancing, whether or not we had school, didn't have school. There's schools in the state of Kansas that never, except for the governor's order, were never out. They were in school the entire time. So certainly can't say all the same because there was different guidance.
Okay, and so I'm just curious, a group of people that are getting different results from their research come together.
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get to that one common denominator? How did you get to that one, this is it?
There is not one. We made a myriad of decisions. So what one common denominator are you speaking of?
The masks.
The masks?
Yes.
That was the decision of this board.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, that was the decision of this
Yes.
board, the prior board.
Okay. I do have another question for you. On page 3 of your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
On the Online Learning Options Limited.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for the record, I want to say that the last meeting, it was misunderstood. I was not talking about remote learning, but I do want to know why the practice discontinued second semester due to low usage. What caused the low usage?
We don't know specifically. I mean, we didn't poll parents to find out why they weren't using it. We just looked at the numbers and saw that there were low usage numbers.
So it could have been that maybe that was when the graph dipped and when most kids were able to go to school?
No, it was low usage numbers of anybody that was available to take it.
Okay.
So if a child reported that they were out of school because of COVID,
Okay.
whether it was high number or low number, that percentage across the board was less than 50% of those students that were using it.
Okay, I understand that. And to piggyback with what Diane said, I too did a lot of my research during those snow days, and I also found that there's no statistics to back up that masks are working, but I am not anti-mask. I say if people want to wear it, wear it. I am anti-mandate. I really believe that the parents need to have the choice for their health. When we enroll our children into school, Mr. President, I'll just be 30 more seconds. When we enroll our children into school, parents have to give a lot of consent for a lot of different things because they're entrusting their children into our company, the day. Don't you think that parents need to give consent for a mask?
I personally do not.
Okay.
But then, again, that was the
Right.
decision of the board. If you're asking me personally.
No. Yeah, I'm just asking it out there, just because I just think it's so important that parents, I feel like parents have been neglected throughout this entire process. Even though we're parents on your team, that's just my take on it. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Kathy. Diane, did you have a couple more questions, and did you want to make a motion?
I do. I didn't know if you wanted me to click in or not, but are we recognizing that a 2021 study by the University of Florida took 6 masks from random school-aged children after wearing them all day and had them tested in a lab? The test revealed the existence of 11 pathogens that including bacteria causing diphtheria, pneumonia, meningitis. 5 out of the 6 masks were contaminated with parasites, fungus, and bacteria. 1 mask even contained a virus that caused a fatal disease in cattle and deer. Other pathogens that caused ulcers, acne, and strep throat were also detected, and parents should know the dangers that the children can face by being masked all day. This is why it's imperative to allow the parents to make the best choices for their children and not a one-size-fits-all mandate. And the assumptions that masks might help and are unlikely to harm is proven false. There are risks regardless of what decision we make. And I do have a closing statement, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead.
The primary objective for schools is to teach by creating an environment that maximizes the development of children. Why would we create and continue to force a policy where scientific evidence has shown it reduces children's developmental learning? Masking was intended to be a short-term intervention, and keeping kids in masks month after month also inflicts harm, even if it's not always easy to measure. When another school district made masking optional, do you know what happened? They found out that smiling became more contagious than anything else out there. 70% of students reported that they were happier. For many, it was the first time seeing their teachers and some of their friends' faces in the last 3 school years. Let's be a district that follows the evidence we have. Let's be a district that creates an environment where families are the ones who make the health decisions. Let's be a district that allows people to make different choices while respecting one another. The decisions made by this board affect many people. The decisions are not to be made lightly. We are here to serve others, not to rule over them. We are here to make the best possible choices for the district's many different needs and how to serve the students, family, and staff of 259 best. When we have a difference of opinion, how can we find common ground? We can be respectful and listen. No matter how different our views are on COVID, we still want the best education for the students. We want the people to feel safe, and we want to live a life with purpose and meaning, and we all want and deserve to make the best choices for our families. Now is the time to reconsider these protocols to help promote a return to healthy social interactions. We need to start treating COVID as other contagious illnesses such as the flu. If you are sick, stay at home. Be respectful of others. For anyone who fears moving away from the universal masking, the great news is that you can continue to wear a mask, anyone you choose, such as an N95 mask, along with being vaccinated and boosted. And you are also allowed to live a low-risk life regardless of what others around you are doing. As Mr. Reeser stated, we are not the Board of Health, but stating that, I would like to make a motion to immediately remove the mandatory mask mandate that was implemented on August 23rd, 2021, that requires all individuals in district buildings ages 3 and up to wear a face covering.
I second that.
It's been moved by Diane and seconded by Kathy. Patrick, did you get that motion the way she worded it?
Yes.
Could you repeat it?
I believe, Diane, you said that you make a motion that we remove the mask mandate effective immediately?
That's correct.
And it seemed like there was a second part.
I just read off what the original mandate is.
Okay, all right. She said the date, got it. Cheryl?
My clicker that I click in with isn't working, so I've been
No,
trying to...
I'm getting it.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, good. You probably have it several times then.
Yeah.
Because it's not showing up on mine, sorry. First of all, I want to thank this board, because this is the kind of discussion that we should be having. We're being very respectful, we're listening to each other's ideas. Even if we don't agree, we need to listen to one another. And I think we all believe that. I have been, as many of us have that have been on the board longer, been in this controversy for over 3 years now, or thereabouts, because it started before we ever let school out, a little over 2 years ago. And we have, I and others have tried to read and digest information from many sources. I've often said, when people send me something, I read it. If I get a video, I watch it. And I will always respond back that I got it and that I saw it, because I think that's important to do for our community. And I think you all believe that same thing. We have had on this board to make decisions over the course of the pandemic that pitted person against person. Even with the board that was previous to the newer members coming on, we didn't always agree. And we really tried to search the research to be able to back ourselves with data that could be replicated, that really had the peer reviews that we want. I have read a lot of data recently, because we're into this pandemic long enough now that we're getting more and more data all the time. Data's coming in from a variety of sources. And it's very obvious some doctors don't agree that masks ought to be worn. And some doctors say you have to wear them. We've had to listen to not only the experts from afar, but we've also had to listen to our community, because our community's divided on this issue. And we've had to listen to our kids. All of us, I know today, got an email that had letters of support from kids in it. If we sent that out, we could probably get the same kind of thing from a different group that kids didn't like them. So this is one of those, you've got to use your head, you've got to use your data, but you also have to use your heart. We have worked so hard to try to keep our kids safe in this district, to do everything we can that will give us even a tiny inch of benefit for our kids. And we do a variety of things. We do that massive cleaning. I know more about air handlers now than I ever thought I'd need to know, and probably didn't need to know until the pandemic. But that's a critical piece of the pandemic, keeping our air clean in our buildings for our kids. And also, washing our hands, which seems so simple. But now our kids are now trained. They don't walk out of a bathroom without washing their hands. They don't go to lunch without washing their hands. When they come back from lunch, they wash their hands. They know they put a mask on. They know they can throw it away and get another one, because we bought lots of masks in this district. And I think we've got to look at the total picture of where we are at this moment in time. And at this moment in time, the data's going in the right direction for us. It's going down. But it's still not where it needs to be by any stretch of the imagination. We're still at 16, 17% rate of people that are tested are positive. That's higher than our criteria was when we started this. We would have shut the whole district down at 15 with the first criteria we started with. Well, we don't want to shut the district down. I want to do absolutely everything in my power to keep this district alive and well and working. And if keeping a mask on a kid for a little bit longer will help us do that, then I've got to support keeping a mask on a kid for a little bit longer. Forever? No. But let's get through winter, and then let's review what's going on. And I really mean that sincerely. Let's keep looking, let's keep digging, let's keep reading, let's keep listening, and let's see what happens in the next few weeks. Not years, weeks, and see what happens. And that's where I stand right now on this issue. And believe me, this hasn't, as many of these decisions with COVID, this hasn't been an easy decision for me. But it's one that I believe is the right thing to do for kids at this moment in time and where we are.
Thank you, Cheryl. Kathy?
Thank you, Cheryl. Again, I respect what you say, and I understand what you're saying. We are so divided on this. And it doesn't matter what happens tonight, not everybody's going to be happy.
That's right.
I just know that I need to support what my conscience tells me. And when I see children hating these masks and the social and emotional differences that are happening, and it's slowing our students down. And studies have shown that, as Diane has said, and we're already struggling to get our academic up. This is hindering that. And masks are fine. If people want to continue to wear the mask, that's fine. But let the parents decide if they want their child to go to school with or without a mask. That's all I'm saying, and that's what I'm going to support is leave it optional, like it was at the very beginning of the school year. Leave it optional for the parents to decide if they want their child to go to school wearing a mask or not. It's not our power, it's the parents' power. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Diane?
Cheryl, I appreciate your comments, but you're attributing the masks and giving the mask credit for the lower numbers in the schools, correct?
No, I'm giving all the things that we're doing. Masks are a part of that. They are not the answer. They
Okay.
are a part of the answer.
So our numbers are mirroring our community spread, and the community has an option to choose whether they want to participate in wearing a mask or not. And that's what I'm supporting, is allowing the students, the families, and the staff to make the same decisions that they can make out in the community. So when I go to Dillon's, I don't wear a mask, but other people do. I don't shame them for wearing a mask, and they hopefully don't shame me. But you have that choice. There's a risk that's associated with wearing masks, and where there's a risk, there has to be a choice, because we are not the health board. So we're an educational facility. We're here to focus on education and not focus on these masks, because it's the evidence is shaky at best, but it's supporting that masks don't work. But I would like to say that since we are an educational institution, speech pathologists are seeing over a 350% increase in their language referrals. What we're doing by forcing a mask mandate is going to have long-term implications that we are barely aware of right now, that we're going to have to deal with as a district for many, many years to come. The sooner we can allow the choice, the better it is going to be for our families. So that's where I stand, is where I allow families to make these decisions, not us.
Thank you, Diane. Ernestine?
The last point that you brought up was way back when. I believe it was August. I can't remember how far ago it was. I was really moved and voted for the voluntary mask mandate, voluntary mask use to begin with, because I heard a speech pathologist teacher talk about just what you said. And it swayed me to vote not for a mandate, but for the choice. I later was contacted by a professor from WSU that is in speech pathology. And the professor pointed out to me that what that person had said was not only scientifically wrong, but I found out that in our district, we have see-through masks for children that need to be able to see the mouth and the face of children, of their teachers or about others, that the speech pathology world has decided that no, this is not an issue for them, that they are not finding more issues. But where I wanted to go with this was that, to me, one of the things that's more significant about this, and is the basic issue that I hear both of you saying, and I hear it, is why shouldn't it be the family's decision? Why shouldn't it be the family's decision? Well, there are certain community issues that have to be community decided. We don't have people make individual decisions as to whether they wear a seatbelt, whether they stop at stop signs, or more specifically in our schools, we mandate that they have certain vaccines before entering the first grade. That's not because we are wanting to take away a parent's right to their child, but because the implications for the broader community are a part of what we have to be in charge of. And that's what we are not the ones that can know whether or not that the COVID is going to go through the mask or not. But we have searched with people that we had respect and thought that they had done the research, and then we made the decision. Some of you may remember that at the very beginning, we set it down, that if it got above 10%, we were going to shut the schools down. Well, we're now at a place where we've learned and made some decisions because we found out that if we could get them to wear masks, if we could encourage families to vaccinate their children, if we could put those new air filters in the schools, we could keep the schools in session. So we've learned over time. And one of the things about all of this is that we don't say to families, have your child wear shoes or not as he chooses. Have your child, pick an issue. We do things for public good. And while I do believe that an individual family might want to have their choice for their own family, they're not making a decision that only affects their family. They're making a decision that affects all of the other children, all of the other staff members that person will come in contact. And I'm not really, quite frankly, as concerned about the children as I am all of the adults that come in and out of our schools. And I want to have all the adults, all the staff members, all the volunteers that come in and out of our classrooms at our schools know that we're making a decision for the greater good, for the public good. That the issue is that my freedom, as I think a young man said tonight, was the idea that my freedom ends when it hits your nose. And we know that we've got families that have greatly affected family members, that if the child comes home with COVID, it creates a real crisis. Now, it's not our responsibility to get that family to a doctor or anything like that, but it is our responsibility to make sure that they get a vaccine for measles, mumps, rubella. It's our responsibility to make sure that they wear shoes, and it's our responsibility to make sure that they do what we can do the very best. And thank heaven we aren't having to have the kids do it remotely. That wasn't working well at all, but it was best we could do at the time.
Thank you, Ernestine. I just wanted to say that I am not wearing this mask as a political statement. I am wearing this mask the same reason I wore my seatbelt on the drive over here. I wanted to give myself the best opportunity that was out there that could get me here safely. And did the seatbelt guarantee that I would not get in a car wreck? No. Did the seatbelt guarantee me that I wouldn't get injured? No. Did the car seat guarantee that I would not die in a car wreck? No. but it gave me a chance, an opportunity too. We had our own inexpensive study if we want to debate if masks are effective. We started the school year strongly encouraged. And what we found was that the numbers started going up. And we had to make a decision. And I agree with the whole concept of individual rights and things like that. What we found, and this is again part of, you could call it as our own little experiment. When we opened strongly encouraged, what we found was that meant non-compliance. We went to, you would go into a school and you would go 90, some schools it'd be 90%, and they were great, though you can still spread with a lower number. Some schools were extremely low. So we had our own little study that showed that masks were effective. Now, I can go back to my seatbelt analogy. I could type on the internet right now, prove to me seatbelts don't work. And I could find thousands and thousands of things on the internet that said that. What I would need to do, though, is look at the peer review studies, the studies that rise to the top and that are replicated in our peer review. If on low test scores, if you want to see lower test scores, which I know none of us do, but take the mask off, let the numbers go up, close down schools, send kids back into isolation, and you will truly see a drop in test scores. So this is, I will be voting against this motion because I think it really comes down to the fact that we know masks are working. They are not perfect. We know masks are the recommended action from all peer-reviewed and studies that have been replicated. They are not perfect. I think people are confusing that masks would cure COVID. That's not the case. It's strictly a tool to keep our schools open. And that is what that's what I fight for every day, is to give our working families a chance to send their kids to school. And if we remove the mask, as this motion would do, we will be closing schools, and we will be closing classes, and you will see test scores go down. You've got to give these kids a fighting chance. And I have grandkids that go to this school. They just, it's normal, and you've got to give them a chance to get to school. Diane, I'm going to give you the last word, and Kathy, do you still want a last word too? I do. Okay, and it, we'll go with Diane, Kathy, and then we'll take a vote. Diane, go ahead.
So we keep citing science and seatbelts and a bunch of different analogies, but I still go back to before 2020, it was a well-established fact that masks did not stop the spread of viruses, and that many, many studies were done that showed no statistical difference in masked groups and unmasked groups. So the question's yet to be answered: that are masks manufactured differently? Are we using different types? Does a surgical mask work differently? I think we know the answer to that rhetorical question. So we're assuming that the masks work when the science before the pandemic showed that they did not. The other question that I have that I do actually want to answer for is, what steps can someone take in our district to get an exemption from wearing a mask?
Our law department has worked through that, and the exemption is for a medical exemption, and our law department reviews those requests.
So just so I understand the steps that our district is asking parents and families to take is we serve not an affluent group of people here in our district. So we want our parents to take time off of their work to make a doctor's appointment, attend that doctor's appointment, pull their student out of school where they should be, take them to a doctor's appointment to get a note that says that they can't wear a mask safely. And then what kind of harassment are they going to get at school?
In terms of the protocol and what's required, I would refer to our law department on that. I don't know what they require. Just honestly, I don't know the steps for that.
Okay.
But I do believe a doctor's note is part of that. Yes, ma'am.
I actually would like that information when
Okay.
we get a moment.
Thank you, Diane. Kathy?
Thank you. What number, Mr. President, do we need to reach before you will vote to remove the mandate? And we know the virus is not going to go away. We've already been told that. It's not going to go away. It's each variant that will come will be less severe than the other. The Omicron was less severe than the Delta. The Delta was less severe than the initial COVID-19. So I'm just curious to know what number does our community need to get to before you will vote to remove the mandate?
Well, like Cheryl said, first we got to get through winter. And then there is no magic number. There is when we listen to the medical community, when they start giving us hints that it's safe to start taking it off, because schools are in a unique situation. School is a indoor activity. Once we hit warmer weather, we're hoping things will go better, but I can't tell a fortune on that. I'm not a fortune teller on that. Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Diane, would you like to reread your motion so everyone's clear?
I just put everything away.
Could I, excuse me, Mr. President?
Yeah,
could
Kathy, go ahead while
could
she's
I
looking.
Make a motion to amend her amendment?
Yes, you can if she accepts your amendment.
Okay. Do you want to read it, or do you want me just to?
My motion was to state that the move to immediately remove the mandatory masking that was implemented on August 23rd, 2021, that requires all individuals in district buildings ages 3 and up to wear a face covering. I would like to allow it to be a personal choice.
And I would make the motion to amend it to put the word optional in there as opposed to those last several words you said.
Yeah, it's...
Same thing, semantics, but just use the word optional.
Everybody can...
Sounds like she has accepted your amendment.
Okay.
So with that accepted amendment, would you reread it one more time?
I make a motion to immediately remove the mandatory mask mandate that was implemented on August 23rd, 2021, that requires all individuals in district buildings ages 3 and up to wear a face covering, to make this an optional.
I second it.
And yes, okay, got it. And just since this is I think this is the very first vote from our new board members, I just wanted to, because I can't go back. If you want to vote yes, you need to push A.
No, 1. Yeah, A1.
I'm
Or A. Yeah, it's 1 or A.
A1. Let's say A. And if you want to vote no, you need to push B2. Is that correct, Patrick?
That is correct.
I just didn't want anybody getting mad at me and say, I didn't mean to vote that way. I want to change my vote. Okay, motion's on the floor. You may vote.
Patrick, it's not working. I'm pressing it.
Hey, you have to press real hard.
Oh, there, it just went. Okay, thank you.
Stan's isn't working either.
Sometimes it just takes a little while.
Takes a strong thumb, I found out.
That hurts my feelings, Ernestine.
Still not going.
It sure isn't. As soon as I get my vote in.
Then they'll flip over.
I believe the battery is dead.
We'll
Can-
take it on our
Can you take my vote manual on this?
Yes.
I vote no. Motion fails to carry 4-3. Patrick, next item. I think we will try to get through the consent agenda, and then we'll take a small break.
Next item on consent, and I believe there is a speaker registered.
Yes, we do have a speaker on a item on the, and I apologize, I don't have her name.
D3
Okay.
is the one.
You
where
think it's
there's a
working now?
speaker.
Okay. There it is.
That has a speaker.
We do have one speaker. We do have one speaker on the Modern Classrooms project, Ms. Tammy Hager. Is Tammy here? Okay. Consent agenda then. Diane, do you have any items to pull?
I'd like to pull C1 and E4.
I'm sorry, Diane, repeat that.
C1 and E4.
Okay, thank you. Ernestine?
I have nothing to pull.
Stan Reeser, no items to pull. Julie?
Julie Hedrick, District 2, I'd like to pull C4.
C4. Kathy?
Kathy Bond, District 5, C1, D1, D2, and D3.
Repeat that again. C1's already been pulled.
Okay, D1,
D1, D2,
and D3.
D3. Cheryl?
Okay, I was going to pull E4, but it's already been pulled.
Okay. Hazel?
Hazel Stabler, District 6, I was pulling C1, it's been pulled, and D1, that's been pulled as well.
So all yours had already been pulled?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda except for C1, E4,
Oh, go ahead.
E4, C4, D1, D2, and D3.
Julie Hedrick, District 2. I make a motion that all of the remaining items on the consent agenda be approved.
I'm Ernestine Crable from District 3, and I second that.
It's been moved in second.
Now we'll see if they work.
Yours is on there, Julie. Yeah, you were on there, Kathy. Okay. Motion carries 7-0. Patrick,
Stan, may I say something?
yes.
I wanted to explain, I've had recent surgery, and I'm having to stand up. I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere.
And Patrick, item C1.
Let's see here. Item C1, that is our purchasing consent.
Presentation, because we do have a presentation for C1, so that you all are aware of how we purchase our food and so on and so forth. So do you want to wait to the presentation, or do you have specific questions?
I just want to wait till after the presentation.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
I pulled it, and I do have a few questions.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
What are the emergency 5-compartment combustible trays? I just want to know, what are they?
They are trays. When our students take their lunches, they have trays that they carry, and the food is on the tray. And so the reason why they're called emergency is because the vendor that we usually have, that we buy our trays from, has a supply chain problem. So we now have to find whomever can give us those trays for whatever price we need to pay so that our kids can have trays to
Okay.
put their food on.
Okay.
Yes.
And the next question I have is in regards to the different amounts from November to December as far as monetary. If we were on winter break, why is the amount so high in December and not in November when there was less kids in school in December?
We'll talk a little bit about that in our presentation because it just depends on what we served for lunch for that month, because food prices have gone up and then down and then up and then down. And so that's going to be reflected in our presentation that we're going to share with you.
Okay, thank you. I'm satisfied.
You're welcome.
Kathy, would you like to make a motion to approve C1? Oh, okay, got it. C4, please.
C4 was mine. It's the HVAC and lighting upgrades at East High School. And Superintendent Thompson, what my question is I understand that we're approving to use capital outlay money initially until we have the opportunity to apply for the ESSER's funding. And I'm quite confident that in the application that the mechanical portion of this will end up being paid for with ESSER funds. But can you speak to the lighting upgrade portion and whether that will remain capital funded or whether that will also be reimbursed with ESSER funds?
ESSER is a little different. We don't just get the money, we have to request the funds. And so if that particular expenditure is approved, we will pay for those dollars we pay for the lighting with ESSER.
So we potentially, even the lighting will be approved with
It
the ESSER
could,
funds.
but if not, we will have to pay for that out of capital.
Okay, I just, I thought it was interesting that lighting would potentially be covered by ESSER.
Well, only because the lighting is being added to that, because when you get up there and start working, then there could be possibilities, well, we actually are going to go ahead and fix the lighting. So we don't know if they will include that in that or not.
Okay,
right.
thank
So
you very
we'll
much.
double check. Yep.
That satisfies my question. So unless someone else has a question about that item, I would make a motion that we would approve C4.
I second Cheryl Logan at large.
Moved by Julie, seconded by Cheryl Logan to approve C4. Motion carries 7-0. Next item pulled was D1.
Thank you. That was Kathy. The Marzano trainings for the building administrators, what I want to know is, do these participants receive an increase in their salary after training?
No.
And who are the observers that we're paying for?
What do you mean, the observers?
Well, down here it says 2 full days of on-site training for 204 building administrators and observers to be trained.
Oh, that's for anybody that wants to come. So if you wanted to go to the training, you could, or if there's a...
So is that a training that someone's going to participate in? Oh,
Yes,
good.
it is a participation. And I will, let me introduce you to my colleague.
Okay.
She's coming and she wants to speak. So I will let her, this is Dr. Andy Geeson, and she will answer your question.
Yep, Executive Director of ESOL. So administrators and observers both participate in conducting an observation of teacher instructing students. So an observer isn't always a principal. It might be our peer consultants who support first-year teachers. It might be an HR personnel, but they are trained observers in observing classroom instruction and providing feedback to teachers.
And they would attend this just to observe?
Yeah. No,
trained.
no, they are participating to learn to be an evaluator.
Okay.
They're learning the skill. And because they're not a principal,
right,
they're called an observer because they're conducting a teacher observation.
I understand.
Okay. And then
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
the training is differentiated. So anyone of the 204 participants will participate in a 2-day training, and some of them have been trained in the past years ago. And so these 2 days for each person is differentiated for those who've never been trained and those who were trained a long time ago. So this is getting everybody calibrated to
provide observation and feedback to teachers.
Okay, and maybe Dr. Thompson or you, exactly what is each dollar being spent for? I mean, is it just the trainer who is training these individuals? Is it lunch? Is it, I mean, are they getting paid for the day since they're not going to be doing their
So
job?
these folks will be on contract at this time. And if they're not on contract, there would be a compensation for that. But I believe they're all on contract. It is the training, it is the materials, it's the expertise, it's a specifically divided group. It is materials that the administrators can use in the future moving forward for training their own staff or utilizing the materials with their teachers.
Very good. I'd like to make a motion that we pass D1, Marzano
I'm
training.
sorry, but
for
I have a
the
question.
thing- I'm sorry.
Yep.
I didn't see your name. I'm sorry.
It's not working too good.
Okay, got it.
How many years has 259 used Marzano training?
Nine
Nine.
years.
And how often do we provide this training?
It was provided systematically back in, I want to say 2013. And it was about 70 administrators at the time who did that. I don't have the numbers right in front of me. We have the numbers on who participated and who did not. And so there is about 100 who did and about 75 who didn't. And then we're filling in the extra that equals up to 204 with those other observers, the peer consultants and HR folks.
Okay, so if they do not participate in the training, what model will they use to evaluate teachers?
They still use Marzano. So we have the materials. We can sustain the training and information. But beyond this training, we also have an additional plan to sustain onboarding other administrators as they come on over time, which would be, your individual folks. Like, if you, for example, if you hired 5 new principals in August, then we'd be looking to train those folks in the system. So we have a plan for sustaining that training moving forward, which will be significantly less than what is being proposed to you right now. This is getting everybody up to speed. This also came out of, there's a Marzano Focus Teacher Work Group. So you'll become familiar with work groups. They're essentially a focus group. And they provide feedback and processing. And so the desire for improved feedback to teachers came out of that work group. So there was a number of ways that we proposed to improve providing feedback to teachers, and this is one of those. Getting our administrators back up to speed in their own training is one of those measures.
So this training that we're doing with Marzano, is it considered a contract? Do we have a contract with them to do this? And do they have, like you said, they do come back and do follow-up? Is that part of this initial money that we're paying? They will come back and...
So this proposal in front of you is for 204 participants
One
to
time.
have 2-day trainings this summer. So what they're doing is, there's a whole menu of things that this company offers. This is the one on their menu that we felt was appropriate to meet a need that we had. Then, if needed, we could invite them back to do other training. They can even do teacher training. That's not what we're proposing at this time, but.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Did anyone else pull D1? I forget. Kathy, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to pass the Marzano trainings for building administrators.
Julie Hedrick, second.
Moved by Kathy, second by Julie. Hazel, we still need your vote.
Oh, good grief.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Motion carries 7-0. Next item is D2, the WSU Tech Applied Learning Technology Support. And I forget who pulled D2.
I'm sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll still need to vote to approve it, though, because it was pulled from the thing. Okay, great.
Well, since I made the mistake, I'll go ahead and I'll make the motion to vote on this in agreement.
Second.
Sorry, Bruce.
Moved by Kathy, seconded by Cheryl. Next item is D3, which is the Modern Classroom Project.
Are we having a presentation on that?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Is the person here? for the-
She's left.
Oh, okay. Then I would make a motion that we accept this. I just wanted to make sure we gave the opportunity to that person to speak.
Seconded.
I pulled this for consent. I pulled this.
Okay,
So I have
did you have a
some
question on it,
questions.
Kathy?
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Although
Sorry.
I support advancing teacher growth, I would just like to know how many will be trained in this modern classroom project?
The project person that's working on this project is coming to the podium.
Oh, good.
Brandon Johnson is who
Okay.
this gentleman is.
Good evening. 120 teachers will have the ability to volunteer their participation in this training over the summer.
Why is it a volunteer and not an appointed?
We're not mandating that anyone does this. We want them, they've been exposed to this, their instructional coaches this year, the Modern Classroom Project itself. And if they thought that the training they got and the experience they got was valuable, we want them to self-select that would be valuable for their classroom. And we will pay them $21.50 an hour in their summertime to get trained, and then they can use that in their classroom.
So it's an option, it's not a mandate?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And how much will each trainee cost?
That's not how the Modern Classroom Project works. It's an asynchronous training that we pay the company a flat fee for the amount of people that we have participating in it. And then teachers who select that can actually complete the work in any given span of time that works for them.
Okay.
So they don't have to actually be on site. They don't have to be at a certain training. They can watch that video whenever it's best for their time during the summer.
Okay.
And then we compensate them for their time. And then that's also the way that the project is designed for them to use in their classroom. So if a kid misses a couple of days, they can create a library of resources for that kid to get caught up so they don't have to stop their learning. They can continue their learning and get that kid caught up.
And can you please help me understand in this context what differentiated means and on-demand means?
Yeah, so differentiated means that, like, if you think about our K through 8 system right now, we're a standard reference grading system. We have students who score at a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. So we need to be able to differentiate our instructional opportunities for those kids to be at any level and give them what they need at that moment. So that's what differentiate means. You walk in as a 1, you're me, Brandon Johnson. You walk in as a 4, and you're Dr. Thompson. I, as a teacher, can give you those two different things at the same exact time so you can differentiate your learning experience.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kathy, do you have
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think he missed one of her questions. She asked about on demand.
Oh, and then on demand is, that's exactly what the training is. It's on demand. So anytime you want to access the training, it's available to you. So just like your TiVo or anything you might have at home, on demand means you can watch that movie whenever you want, even if it wasn't live at 7 o'clock on Friday. You want to watch it Saturday at 10, it's available Saturday at 10.
Is
So
there
again-
a time frame like you have from June until July or June
Yeah.
until September to get this done?
Yeah, so we'll have 2 different cohort start times. So teachers can either choose to start in June, and then they would have 8 weeks to finish it, or they can start in July, and they would have 8 weeks to finish it from there.
Okay, this is great. Anybody else have questions?
I actually have one.
Cheryl?
Yeah, because I just want to make sure that people realize these videos that they're creating to use will be the district's property so that any teacher can access them on a certain curriculum. If there's a video that's been made, they have the option of using that. Is that correct?
So we could do that. That is not the intent of this project. We really want the teachers to own their own videos that they create. So this project itself is the teacher's voice, the teachers created lessons based on the curriculum that they think is necessary for their students. So yes, we could do that because we use Teams as the platform to hold all of this stuff, but it is not the intent of the actual training.
So if the teacher leaves the district, the teacher takes that creation
No, it
with
would
them?
stay with us. So Ms. Logan is correct when you think about that. It stays with us because we built it, they worked for us when they created it, it stays with us. But the intent of the video is for that teacher and their classroom, not so that I create videos to teach your classroom. Like, that's not the intent of it.
And I think what Cheryl's talking about too is, you know, sometimes we put out videos and then anybody could go out and if they're looking for a lesson on frogs, they could go out and find a lesson that someone else did for frogs and be able to get that lesson. And that's not the case with this particular project. Those teachers will create their own lessons and house them for their class for their use only. That makes sense. That's the difference between sometimes you hear that you can go out and share, but this one's not a share.
And you have 120 teachers that have already volunteered for this?
No, not at this moment. We
Oh.
just opened it up, and that's why
Okay.
we're getting your guys' approval so that we
Oh.
can start getting everyone signed up and doing those things, because we don't want to put the cart before the horse here. We
Sure,
want to make sure
okay,
you guys
well,
are
I'd
on
like to
board
make
with
a
it.
motion to approve this. Kathy Bond, District 5.
Cheryl Logan at large, I second.
Moved by Kathy, seconded by Cheryl. Motion carries 7-0. We do have a public speaker on the C4 HVAC and lighting upgrade East High School.
Hi, I'm Leanne Moore. I'll just make this really quick because I know this has been a really long meeting. But as Carrie Sue presented a lot of information to you guys about Stephen Petty, who is an industrial hygienist, and he's an expert in that field in regards to how to mitigate viruses transferring through buildings and how to have the best solution for our teachers and our students. And we made a phone call to him this morning. He's done this for other school districts. He actually called us back this afternoon or this morning, and he's willing to do a free 30-minute consultation with the school board and the engineers in regards to the upgrades that are planned to do for East High. He normally charges $1,000 an hour. He wants to meet with, if you're serious about knowing like really true, proper ventilation and everything, and he is the well-known expert in this, he's done this for other schools, he's willing to do that 30-minute consultation with the board members and the engineers to make sure that when you spend that RTAX, ESSER, COVID money, that it's actually being spent on upgrades that really could make a huge difference in the health of the students. So I'm asking you if you're okay with following up with him and if you want to take up his offer, but he's a very busy man, so he wants to make sure that you guys are actually serious about having this Zoom conversation with him.
And I'm sorry, I'm not sure if we got you to state your name before you started.
Yeah, I said Leanne Moore.
I'm sorry. I
That's right.
apologize.
That's right.
Is this something that we need to make a motion for, or what kind, or do we just tell, how do we do this? It was pulled, wasn't it, so that it means we need to make a motion?
It's approved.
But we already voted and approved it. Oh. So, I mean, I think we've already approved the thing, but then she's making a second offer to have this individual that she knows.
We have a normal process on working with vendors. So if Luke needs to get a contact with him, he will.
Maybe she could just provide this person's name and phone number to Luke Newman.
Sure.
And then he could follow up if he's so.
Yeah, because it's not, he's offering a free consultation, so no cost to the school district.
They're waving at you all because you're not talking into the microphone and they're recording you live.
Sorry. I said that possibly our speaker could provide the name and contact information for the individual, and then Luke Newman, our Division Director of Facilities, then if he so chooses, then he can contact him regarding the consultation.
Okay, because we definitely need to let him know that you guys would be contacting, so we can give him a heads up and expect that.
Are we contacting, or is Luke or she?
Luke
We'll give it to
Newman
Luke.
would be the one contacting, right, Dr. Thompson?
That is correct.
So Leanne is going to contact Luke.
No, she's just going to give us the name of the individual and the contact information.
Okay, you guys should have that in the packet, but we will make sure it gets emailed to all of you as well, because that packet was like 43 pages long. So it's an awesome presentation. I think his contact information is at the back, but we'll email that as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe that's the consent agenda, isn't it?
I believe we've got through it all, yes.
Patrick, are there any consent agenda items we've left off?
Have we discussed E4, I believe that was pulled.
No, we need to pull,
I don't think anybody pulled these.
yeah, Diane pulled it.
Yeah,
did
I
you pull
pulled it
E4,
because
Hazel?
Randy is going to present to
Yes.
us.
Hazel, go ahead. E4.
I pulled it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
Diane
sorry,
pulled it.
Diane?
During the agenda review, Randy said that he was going to present on this.
This particular item, there is just we want to make sure there's clarity in what this board agenda item will do. And so I've asked Randy to come and share with us specifically what this item is and what is to come.
Good evening.
Welcome, Randy.
Thank you. Good evening, Randy Scott. I'm the Energy and Mechanical Systems Manager for the district. Oh, sorry. Okay. In regards to the item E4, it's to increase the engineering services maximums on for the three design firms that we're working on ESSER mechanical projects. Currently, we're working with 3 firms on those designs, MEI, Basis, and ICE, and we have used of the $300,000 the board already had issued to us. We have already encumbered 86% of that for the 4 biggest projects that we had identified that needed mechanical upgrades. So that was Beach, Gammon, Coleman, and Levy. And those projects are fairly well developed at this point. Levy is 90% complete, Coleman's over 60% complete, and Beach and Gammon is somewhere between 35 to 50% complete currently. So what we're hoping to do is increase that maximum amount so that we can start to design the next set of projects that we've already got statements of work on. We've got mechanical facility assessments from PEC to start to develop those next set of plans to keep these project development moving so we can get ESSER approval. Is there any questions? I can kind of walk through the ESSER process if you had any questions on that.
Ms. Albert, did that answer your question?
I guess I have a problem with how it's written.
Yeah.
About, because we're saying we want to approve $300,000 for each engineering firm, but then the total is to not exceed $600,000 for each contractor, and that's twice the price. So I just have an issue with how this is written to approve it.
Okay, and so the explanation that we have is totally, as we have had conversations, this is totally written, not explaining it to the levels in which we need to. That's why I asked him to come. Is there a way for us, and I'm asking for technicalities here for board meetings, this needs to be approved this evening because of the timeline that we have in order to be able to get these projects complete and the timeline that we have to expend the ESSER dollars. And any delay in this would really kind of debacle that up for them. So would it be okay with you if I see if we can talk to the clerk board right now and see if there's a way for us to reword this in a way in which it is palatable for the board members to be able to vote on this evening?
Dr. Thompson, could I make a comment?
Yes.
I think, Diane, the way I understand it is that previously we approved $300,000. They're now asking to approve an additional $300,000. Thus, the contract is now not to exceed $600,000. 300 plus 300, now we're at 600,000. And since there's 3 of them at 600,000, the total will be 1.8 million.
Okay.
Is that correct, Randy?
That is correct.
Okay, so it won't be the previous $300,000 plus up to another $600,000.
No, we had 300 previously. Now we're going to have 300.
Okay.
So it'll be a total of 600 apiece.
Okay.
That's correct.
Does that make sense now? Or do we need to reword, or is there some other language?
In the future, I'd like it more clarity with that, but for tonight's purposes, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I just was going to kind of do what Julie just did, because I think we've committed that first 300,000 that the board had already approved before the new members came on board. Now we're asking to add to that so that we can go on with the other 8 schools. And so it's not 600,000 more each, it is 300,000 more each, but the total between the two is 1.8 million.
Okay,
But it is not.
The way it's
it
worded
is
is a little
unclear.
misleading.
I agree with you
And
on
Ms.
that.
Albert, I will make clarity in the future on this particular deal. And what we will do in the future is I'm gonna, I think everybody kind of gets the gist of what it is, but it's involving 8 schools and that kind of thing. So I understand exactly what you're saying. You would like for us to spell that out a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, because otherwise it looks like they're giving us a
Absolutely.
budget, and then they're also saying, hey, we might double it.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it's being read right here.
Okay, and in the future, we will clarify that to make sure that there's no question about what it is that we're asking for.
I would appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Is there a motion?
Julie Hedrick, District 2, I move that we approve the Esther Mechanical Engineering Services.
Cheryl Logan at large, I second.
Moved by Julie and seconded by Julie,
No,
excuse me.
Cheryl.
Cheryl.
It's been a long night.
And we are, motion passes 7-0. We're now done with the consent item except for C1. Yeah. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back for operations part of the agenda. Is now resuming. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, under operations, 2022-23 district calendar.
Dr. Thompson?
Sorry. I will give a little bit of background, just a little bit about how this calendar is formed. So there is a calendar committee where board representation, we have parent representation, there is student representation, there is teacher representation. I mean, UTW is represented there, SEIU, all of our classified folks are represented, and some district level folks, people from the athletic division, people from nutrition services. So I mean, when I say there's a wide variety of voices that are at that table, grinding to get to this particular calendar. So the recommendation is to approve this calendar for the 22-23 school term as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Or Diane, you'll be more involved in this process next year since you're just now getting on that committee. But the 23-24, you'll have your fingerprints all over it, I'm sure. Any questions or concerns? If not, I will take a motion.
Julie Hedrick, District 2, motion to approve the calendar.
Is there a second? Moved by Julie, seconded by Cheryl. Motion carries 7-0. We now have a calendar for 22-23 school year. Patrick, next item, please. And this is related to C1 on the consent agenda.
Next item, under operations, nutrition services, food procurement.
Dr. Thompson?
Yes. This particular item, we just felt like it was important, especially as we are looking at food and trying to look at those expenditures and making sure that everybody is clear about how we go about purchasing our food. We also wanted to take the advantage of also sharing with you some things that, well, I guess I should start at the beginning. Yeah, but that is the beginning, I guess. And then I'm trying to go through my mind what the presentation is going to be about. And then we're going to talk to you just a little bit about some of our challenges that we have with nutrition services as it relates to the supply chain pieces, and just some general information about food services, just to wet your whistle. All right, and we'll come back, of course, a little bit later on, because there's some things on there for some next things that we need to begin to talk about, and we will point those out as we get to them. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Fabian Almendarez, who will introduce his team. He has a mighty team that's here with him today, and they will walk us through.
Well, thank you, Dr. Thompson. Good evening, President Reeser, Vice President Hedrick, members of the board. First, thank you for the opportunity to be here in front of you and present a little bit about our processes in nutrition services. As you can tell, we have a lot of people here today to present to you, partially because this effort of buying food is a team effort that is done by a couple of departments. Our purchasing department works in conjunction with our nutrition services department to make sure that we acquire the proper food, and so we work in conjunction with one another. So with me today, over in front of you, are really the rock stars of this process. Janelle Johnson, who is our supervisor of purchasing, as well as Adria Katzenmeyer, who is our assistant director in nutrition services, and she handles a lot of the forecasting and the menu planning for our school district, and so she is the expert in this area. Also next to me are David Paul, our nutrition services director, as well as Jonathan Weiss, who is our supply chain director. So we again wanted to give you a holistic approach to the process. We'll start out with sharing with you a little bit about how that works, and then we'll talk a little bit about why you see these persistent agenda items every single month and what those mean. And then we'll wrap up with just a little niblet, as Dr. Thompson mentioned, to talk about future. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to David Paul, who's going to run you through a few facts.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, Adria. I want to take just a quick minute to share with you some of the scope of the Nutrition Services Department. We operate in 88 schools and the Food Production Center, where we have approximately 70 employees. We serve approximately 18,000 breakfasts and 27,000 lunches per day, or a total of approximately 7.8 million breakfasts and lunch per year. We have 425 staff members, one fully staffed. Our operating budget is traditionally in the $25 to $30 million range. We also provide for multiple programs under the USDA Child Nutrition umbrella. So in addition to the numbers I quoted earlier, we also provide for the Summer Food Service Program, the Child and Adult Care Food Program, which includes pre-K snacks, an after-school supper program, as well as the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. We can go ahead to the next slide, Adria. So here's just a few facts that I just wanted to share with you, and I'll kind of tell you why when I'm done. So traditionally, we serve about 140,000 chicken nuggets per day for our elementary students alone, as well as 1,000 gallons of mashed potatoes when menued. Our average daily inventory is $1.3 million. We receive approximately 10 to 12 semi-truckloads of food and supply weekly, and approximately 8 million half pints of milk are purchased annually. And I wanted to share this with you as we move to our purchasing discussion, because it is a small indicator of how much product we utilize. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Janelle Johnson and Adria Katzenmeyer. Thank you.
So our timeline, we actually spend most of the year planning and procuring for food all year round. We start in November, December timeline. I issue a request for information. It goes out to lots of different vendors, suppliers, distributors out there to see what they have available, what's new products that they want us to check out.
And then our next step is we look at all those products and information that our vendors and manufacturers supply to us, and we determine what products we are interested in, what products our students might be interested in. We sample those. We sample it with the students. We also do focus groups with the students to see what do the students want to see on the menu, what they don't want to see on the menu. And then starting about this time of year, we start writing the menu for next school year. So we start the process pretty early. It's kind of hard, you're already thinking about next school year and what to serve for the kids. So once we draft the menus for next year, then we have to forecast what we're going to need. And what I mean by forecast is we look at all of our menu items and we determine how much of those items we need to buy, when we need to buy them, and in what quantity. So that helps us determine what we're going to put on the bid, when we need to receive them into our warehouse.
So from that point, I take that information that's provided from the forecasting documents and build the bids. I issue these bids out to our suppliers to see what kind of availability, pricing, and products that they can provide to us. They stay out on the street for about 4 weeks. During this time in April, we take our entire budget to the board for approval. We just want to get a broad approval for all of it right up front with the promise of doing those purchasing consent items so you can see what has been purchased on a monthly basis. So that is just reporting what's been bought. I think next. After they've been out on the street for about 4 weeks, the bids come in, I do all the tabulations and make the awards. In June, we get all of the orders placed so that we can start getting food in. Those deliveries start arriving in July so that we have food prepared and ready to go when school starts in August. That process repeats itself again in the November timeframe for that second semester. We do it all over again. Unfortunately, this is how things happened in the real, pre-COVID world. We have had to make a lot of adjustments going forward now.
Good evening. So Janelle is exactly right. Pre-COVID, this was an extremely efficient process, both in terms of cost and in terms of time. Since COVID, over the past 2 years, we've watched participation in our bids reduce. Even those that participated in the bids and got POs, their ability to fulfill those POs or maintain the pricing reduced significantly. And so we've had to do a few different things. What led up to doing those different things, aside from just what we saw, is the concept that many of our suppliers, due to raw material shortages, staffing, shipping issues, they're not able to maintain their pricing. They're not able to guarantee product that they don't currently physically have on hand. So we actually had a couple very specific examples, 2 very large distributors who just told us fairly early on, I think it was 2020, when they told us that they were changing their strategy. They weren't going to work with us during this, at least during this. We're hoping maybe they'll work with us later, but they changed their strategy to smaller customers, restaurants, things like that. So we've watched a lot of this go down, and we just had to do a few different things, which I think they're going to detail out now.
We've definitely had to be very creative. So like you said, 2 of our major distributors basically said, I'm sorry, we can't fulfill anything for you anymore. So we've had to reach out and find new distributors that we've never used before. We have a district chef, and what he does pretty much almost daily now is reach out to manufacturers and distributors and brokers and say, what are you making that we can buy? Or I hear this is discontinued. Do you have anything that can replace that? We are often asking our distributors that are working with us now, like, what can you get? Like, if you can't get chicken nuggets, can you get something else for us? And we would try to figure out, can we make that food and can we serve it to the kids? And our number of menu changes that we have has significantly increased, especially this year with all the supply chain shortages. I'm sure you go to the grocery store and you can see the shelves are a lot emptier than what they used to be. It's the same for us. In a typical year, this is just a graph to show you that we have about 10 menu changes per month. So that's a typical year. This year alone, in just October, we had 65 menu changes. That is elementary schools only. That doesn't include middle school or high school. So every day we have to adjust quickly. It does take time to make those changes. All the processes in place to change the menu is astronomical, and I won't get into it, but year to date, we've had over 400 menu changes. So
with everything we've told you so far, we wanted to give you an example of what the cost implications are here. We only gave you 7 items. They're very highly used items, but with the cost increases on those 7 items, that comes up to $614,000 worth of additional cost. We use about 400 different items. So if you think about extrapolating that out from there, that's a significant additional cost that comes to us. And a lot of that comes from the shortages, the competition, the unprecedented demand versus the supply has increased the cost significantly on a lot of these items. So there is a supply chain assistance fund. It's coming down from the federal government, getting distributed from the state. Our cut of that is going to be about $787,000. Just with those 7 items, we're almost covering that right now. It's not going to be enough to cover the expected increases. And when you think about when this will end, which nobody knows absolutely for sure, but we're probably looking about another year and a half that we'll be facing these issues. That's providing things start getting better and production rates are able to increase. Probably our biggest disadvantage is our size. Production rates being so low, a lot of the smaller customers of these manufacturers and distributors are able to get in there and get what they need, where we're looking for much bigger shipments, and it's just a lot harder to get a hold of them. So we have been asked a couple questions in regard to shopping locally. Just to directly answer one, we do as much as we can. We actually work with Highland on our milk. They've got a plant in Hutchinson that we buy directly from, and we work with Pizza Hut as well as any others that we can. The second question we actually get asked is, why don't we go out to our Walmarts, our Dillons, our Sam's, and buy our supplies? And unfortunately, the answer to that, because of our size, we would clear them out. Not only that, but it's really not an efficient way to do it. With the work of these guys, we are keeping up. It's just considerably more difficult. Going out and taking things off the shelves, unfortunately, would also affect our community in terms of them filling their own personal needs. So yeah, that's just not really a good answer for us.
So before I wrap up, I can't underscore the phenomenal work that our team has been doing. They have been changing Yum Yummy, which is our platform in which we deliver those menu changes routinely. The fact that we haven't received a lot of complaints, or some of our community is not aware of the fact that we're dealing with this, speaks volumes of the work that they're doing. Just so you have an indication of the miracles they've been working, Uncrustables. Uncrustables is an item that we use as a substitute every day for lunches. So if a student doesn't like our entree, they can have an Uncrustable.
Tell them what an Uncrustable is.
It's like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Well, we can't find those right now. And so since we can't find them now and we need that substitution, we're actually having our own internal nutrition services employees make them in the middle of staffing shortages when we already don't have enough people to help us. And so again, those are the type of adjustments and miracles that not only they are working, coordinating all of this, but also that our front service staff, that our nutrition services workers that are in our schools are also doing to help us feed students. So again, it speaks volumes of the work that this team is doing to mitigate and to change and to make menu changes. And sometimes it's a domino effect. You change a menu item today, and you're stealing from tomorrow's items. Well, then you got to find that replacement the next day, which then leads to the next day and the next day and the next day. So they really have been working miracles. So just to wrap up, again, I want to say, we're currently operating under the summer seamless option, which allows us to feed every student free. So no one has been paying for food in our district for the last 2 years, pretty much since the pandemic. USDA will release guidance for next year in the spring. We don't know exactly where they're going to go. Rumor mill has it that we might go back to the traditional breakfast and lunch program, which means potentially looking at free and reduced forms and students paying. So again, we are also looking at CEP. We piloted CEP before, and we built the mechanisms with CEP to be able to expand. And I know that a lot of you are new to the community eligibility provision. We will come back to you, I promise, and explain it all in further detail. I just wanted to let you know that we are keeping an eye on what's happening, what USDA guidance will bring. We're already preparing our system for whatever potential changes may come. And so as soon as we get official word, there's no sense in speculating, we will come back to you and we will give you a full blown out presentation in terms of how we're planning to handle whatever new guidance comes in and what that means to our food nutrition services. But I want to state, we remain committed to feeding students and children in the Wichita community because our summer program feeds kids beyond the Wichita Public Schools. So we remain committed to that. And again, thank you to not only our team here, but to our teams in our schools that are keeping us afloat in the middle of staffing shortages, that are out there doing what's best for our community and helping us feed kids. So I want to say thank you to them because they really are our heroes. So that is our presentation. We'll now take any questions from you.
I have a question. Do I need to do
Yeah, go ahead and click in.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Kathy?
Yes, thank you. Wow. As a new board member, I never knew the complexity of this division of our district, and kudos to you guys. I mean, I can't even imagine. I bet you hate to cook dinner when you go home. I mean, or either that or you're really good at the menu for the week. I do have a question, though. Under the procurement, the timeline, and you have students that sample, do parents ever get to sample the food?
We have not done sampling with parents. We have done online surveys with parents because parents hear from their kids what they want to eat too. And we like to get parent input on the menu. So we have done that in the past. We haven't physically sampled the food with the parents. So
I had a parent call me and said that they felt that there was too much sugar being offered to our students. I'm not looking for an agreement or a disagreement. I'm just sharing information. The breakfast with the breakfast rolls, I'm a former substitute teacher in 259, so I've been there when the kids come in and they sit at their desk and they open up, and it's all sugar. And I know that parents can opt out of that. I do know that, but they don't. They'd rather complain sometimes, I think, instead of let's just not do this. But so the nutrition value of the sugars, because we know what sugar does to a kid, it brings you up and then it brings you down, brings you up, brings you down, and that could be a part of the problem of their learning ability as if they're tired. So that was just one. And then I have, oh my gosh, Dillon's would just go nuts if you went shopping there. They would just not ever be able to stack. We couldn't go shopping there.
They don't want us to, I don't think.
So under the nutrition services updates, as our children are eating for free, when do you see that will end?
Again, we're waiting on guidance from USDA. We will continue through the end of the school year. We will continue with our traditional summer food program, but we're waiting on that guidance from USDA to come in, and that will dictate kind of how we approach this for next year.
Perhaps we could not just cut it right off, but maybe kind of wean it off, because there's a lot of families that have become dependent upon these free meals. And I'm concerned how they're going to adjust to their child not being able to eat.
And again, we're not speculating a lot. We're kind of waiting on things to come in because there's opportunities for us to continue with universal free, at least in certain schools,
Okay.
going through that community eligibility provision.
Yes.
And so again, and that's our intent, is as soon as that guidance comes in,
Right.
then we'll be able to look at where we sit, which schools qualify, and then kind of move forward and give you a full blown out presentation in terms of that option.
Wonderful. And thank you all for taking care of our kids.
I will say that our waivers end on June 30th, but there are various factions, School Nutrition Association being one, that have been lobbying about, we need some answers now because our summer program that is dead right in the middle of our summer program, and we need to know how we're going to operate in July as well as August and September.
So you guys don't get the summer off, do you?
All right, so this concludes our presentation here, and we just wanted to make sure that there was opportunities for you to hear about when you see on C1, and you see how you see the November, December foods, how we bring that food to you, and you approve the big number, but then that as each month comes, that budget, that money at the end just dwindles down till we get to the amount that you approved for us to spend on the food.
And do remember that we're buying food well in advance, sometimes 6 or 7 months in advance. So just because we didn't have a lot of school days that month doesn't mean that we're buying food specifically for that month. So it is kind of continual based on our need and based on how quickly we're going through product too.
And we're also buying a lot of items in bulk right now, because if manufacturers can get it to us, we're going to buy it. And we're going to buy as much as we can.
Cheryl?
Yeah, because we are changing menus, which is unavoidable, are we hearing, because I'm not hearing from parents with a lot of complaints about that. Are you hearing lots of complaints?
One of the things, Cheryl, there's really not a lot of complaints, and we've discussed this as a team, and I'm going to chime in here. There is someone there, I don't know who's doing it, but I've been checking on the Yum Yummy, and so as they make the adjustments, they make the adjustments to Yum Yummy. So that's how parents are keeping track of what's happening with what we're serving, is because those adjustments are being made as they know that the adjustments need to be made in Yum Yummy.
Good, and our parents, that's the way, years ago when my kids were in school, they sent home a piece of paper that had the month's lunches on it. We do it all computerized now.
Yes, ma'am.
That
So
makes a
so
whole
that's
lot
our
of sense.
online application, and you can get it on your phone.
Right.
So you
And
can
that's
check
good,
it any
'cause-
time, and it's actually Adria and Chef Andrew that are doing most of those updates.
And parents wouldn't necessarily know something had been changed if it shows up on Yum Yummy. Okay. Second question is kind of leaning back into Kathy's question. We have always had to meet nutrition guidelines set by the federal government. And I am assuming that our lunches and breakfasts, even with all the substitutes we make, still have to do that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So just because it may be too much sugar for my student, it meets the requirements that the federal government requires us to meet for breakfast or lunch or whatever.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Excellent presentation, and kudos to all of you. This is the kind of the hidden area of COVID that people don't think about. But COVID's affecting everybody in our district in different kinds of ways, and you are affected greatly by it, so thank you.
Seeing no more questions on this presentation, I'll entertain a motion on C1.
Cheryl Logan at large, I move we accept C1.
I
consent
second it.
agenda.
Moved by Cheryl, moved by Cheryl, seconded by Hazel, I believe.
No, Kathy.
Kathy, sorry. I knew it was a voice on my left side. Motion carries 6-0 on C1. Next item, Patrick?
Next item, under education, every student future-ready strategic plan. Schools are trusted as safe places.
Dr. Thompson?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. President Reeser, members of the board. I'm Gil Alvarez, Deputy Superintendent, and with me this evening are my co-presenters. We have over here that's running the PowerPoint is Rob Dixon, Chief Information Officer, and then with me up here on the podium is Diane Smokorowski. She's also known as Smoke, and she is our Digital Literacy and Citizenship Coordinator. She's also, tonight, Rob, Smoke, and I will share part 3 of our strategic plan, goal number 4. As a reminder, part 1 and part 2 of goal 4 were presented at previous board meetings last semester in November and December, and we are coming back to complete and finish goal number 4 with our digital literacy and citizenship. Tonight's presentation will focus on the indicator of success to increase the number of schools certified in digital literacy and citizenship. It's bolded on the screen. I will now turn it over to Rob and Smoke, who will present on this particular topic.
Thank you, Board, for allowing us to present tonight. I'm going to introduce a couple of terms that you might not be familiar with. One is VILS, and that's Verizon Innovative Learning Schools. It's a over $20 million grant that's funded by Citizen Verizon that affects 12 of our middle schools, turning them into STEM schools with one-to-one and full-time internet access for all those students and all staff. It also gives VILS Connect 2, which is 6 of our high schools and a couple of our K-8s, internet access for kids that don't have it. So those are opportunities that that program provides to us. And whenever we talk about our focus on some of these schools, I'll say VILS, and that's what that term means, those Verizon Innovative Learning Schools. So Smoke is going to talk to us a little bit about what digital literacy and citizenship is.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be with you, President Reeser, Dr. Thompson, and the board. So digital citizenship, a lot of folks will default directly to internet predators or this like being safe online. That is only one section to a bigger understanding of digital literacy, which does include how do we use devices using our powers for good instead of evil? How do we use devices to understand information, to browse information? How do we shop online? That is making good choices and so on. It's a very large concept. And with that, with the Verizon Innovative Learning Schools, we're spending a lot of time with the coaches in those buildings because each of those buildings ended up, as part of the grant, having an instructional technology coach there. We're mentoring these teachers on how to help their staff and their students be creators with devices, not just consumers of information. That's the basic of where we are with that. I'm going to pass it over to Rob for just a little bit, and then we'll kind of talk about where we're going next.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things, and you know, this district accelerated its one-to-one that would have been a long-term plan of over 2 years to literally just a couple months. So, and an acceleration like that, you're going to have gaps that happen. One of those being support, in which you all passed tonight, WSU Applied Learning Help, and those would be WSU students this year that help us in technology support, and very soon will be our Wichita Public Schools students helping us in that as well. But then thinking about how do we bridge that gap for our teachers? You know, when we went to remote learning, we had a month that the governor gave us before we started school to do professional development, but that was like, you know, a baptism of fire, you know, to get ready for something that really being intentional with devices can help us long-term, to think about things such as blended learning. You know, you take the concept of modern classroom that was talked about earlier as very much creating those resources so that learning can happen outside of the classroom. And so we had the ability to meet with students last month. They talked a little bit tonight, the SuperSat kids, about what those activities were, and we're going to show a quick video just to kind of give you an indication of what happened. We filmed some of that at that time, so I'm going to ask for them to play that video. It's a minute long. A minute 40. We all know technology has been accelerated due to this pandemic. Our students have access, our staff have access, and when you think about the gap that is created in that type of acceleration, we're constantly asking, how do we prepare our students and staff for a high technology environment? We were able to engage with SuperSat kids over the last couple weeks to ask those questions of digital literacy and citizenship, as well as inform them through some activities that we did. I'm going to share a couple of those.
You have email, cross it off. A Teams message. There you go.
In this activity, they were identifying the different ways you could communicate. And so you think about today with kids with this device in their hand. There's every kind of communication you can think of with every different type of medium, right? It could be a graphic, a meme. It could be also had video conversations about what does digital literacy and citizenship look like across grade levels, and asking those questions of the students.
Like understand like the consequences of what they can do and like what happens when they have a device like that. So because I personally got my own phone like at 6th grade, and that's when I first started to learn like how to function a phone. So I think that we start there and then build on it, that like they can actually understand what they're doing with the device that they have. So that's why I said 6th grade.
I think in middle school you're fundamentally at an age where you could make mistakes that would digitally last forever, more than elementary school. I think those kids are just too young to understand a lot of that.
Right.
I think in middle school.
What was interesting about these conversations were each table didn't necessarily agree with one another, right? So we know that things that you create on the internet last forever now. It's a different environment than what we grew up with, right? And so when we think about our students and we're trying to prepare them for that, becoming aware of what digital literacy and citizenship means to our students is really about engaging in just relationships, but now electronically, right? And so as a part of our plan, in our technology plan, usd259.org/tech is our technology plan. You can look there, and inside of there, digital literacy and citizenship is a big piece. It's a focus of our technology plan. And a part of those 12 Verizon Innovative Learning Schools, this first year, we're focused on getting them Common Sense Media certified as a school. So Truesdale, Robinson, Mayberry, and Coleman now get, as of right now, those are our four schools as of this moment that have gotten certified. By the end of this school year, we'll have all 12, and each one of them will get that banner. It's a 2-year certification. In years 2 and 3, we'll start to broaden to the rest of the schools in our district. And by the time we reach 80%, we'll reach a district-level Common Sense Media certification. So that means either in 2 content areas or 2 grade levels, if that's elementary or secondary, we will be teaching digital citizenship embedded, not just as a separate resource, but embedded into ELA, embedded into math as a part of digital literacy and citizenship to help those students communicate on a device appropriately and with the skills needed to operate electronically.
And if I could add a PS, this also includes family engagement. So when you have a family engagement night, there's a digital citizenship component where there might be some tools or technology pieces where the students are creating with their families, but we're offering parent education on if you're going to watch certain television shows, you might want to go to this website and get more information about those shows just for your own information. How do you make good choices with media balance? We all know that some children could use a little balance in how much media we consume. Adults are the same. So we're really talking about the overall health of a student when they're using digital tools and their families at this point.
Do you have any questions on that?
Rob, I do not see any questions. There is no action necessary for this board at this time, but we appreciate this presentation, and this will be an ongoing information this board will need in the future as well. Thank you. Patrick, next item, please.
Next item, under finance, budget report.
So you all hung in there with us, and we are winding down to our last presentation. And she's so entertaining, so she'll wake us all up at the table if you are asleep. And these numbers will get your eyes kind of glossing and get your adrenaline rolling. So what we are doing this evening is we are beginning our work with you on the budget development. So for the next 7 months, let me get in there, the next 7 months or so, you will have a board presentation around the budget. And so we just want you to be ready, because these are some fun conversations to be able to have, and we have a wonderful CFO that will guide us through these conversations. So without further ado, everybody has their documents, so Susan Willis, take us away.
Okay, I just need to find it on the PowerPoint here. Do you have it pulled up already? I'm gonna, because I'm not as digitally literate as I probably should be, right? Thank you. Perfect. Well, good evening, President Reeser, Superintendent Thompson, Vice President Hedrick, and members of the board. So I think this is my first after 10 o'clock budget presentation, so this is a momentous occasion for me. Before I get started on the actual presentation, I thought it might be worthwhile to spend a little time with the board kind of walking through the methodology that we use as we present information related to the budget. So we heard the expression earlier, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You're going to feel that way about budget presentations when we get to August and September, because month over month we will bring back to you basically layering in more information about the budgeting process as pieces of data become known. We start with kind of a baseline tonight, and I specifically shortened it because I kind of figured it would be later and we don't really need to do a whole lot of budget heavy lifting here in February. So we'll start with some basic information tonight. And then each month we're going to build and build and build until we get to some of those more difficult decisions that the board will need to make related to the budget, and then ultimately a notice of hearing and a budget adoption process. So, and we'll share tonight that timeline, we'll share tonight kind of a schedule of items that we're going to cover. There might be pieces that you want in addition to what I'm presenting. I typically do not like to provide off-the-cuff estimates, because what we have found when we give a number that doesn't have data supporting it, if we're just working off of a memory or a guesstimate at the time, what happens when we come back and provide clarification or additional data, then it becomes very confusing. What number are we talking about? That's a lot more than you said. I don't understand. So we really try to stick to what we can provide in the presentation, and if additional information is needed, then we will bring that back in a subsequent presentation when we've had time to make sure that we've got the good data that you're asking for.
And Susan, before you continue on, just for our public consumption, for people that are watching or would like to go to bed and then they want to watch it later, we do actually take our clips of our finance team, the finance reports, because that is an item that we really want to make emphasis for people to take a look at. Those things are on our website so that you have the opportunity to review the finance reports and the discussion around our budgeting at your leisure.
The other advantage we have over spreading these presentations out over 7 to 8 months is we can cover some of the more complicated items related to the budget without covering 10 months worth of work in one meeting. It can get a little bit of heavy lifting by the time you cover all the different pieces and parts. You heard just tonight about the complexity just in nutrition services, and that's one fund out of 25 funds that we're managing, hundreds of departments, over 1 million different account code combinations. It's a beast to put together. So we want to take the board and our viewing audience through it step by step and make sure that we're not losing people along the way because we're covering too much too quickly. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start tonight with kind of we look at how we are proceeding with this year's budget first. And this is a graph based on performance of the general and supplemental general fund, which are basically the two primary drivers of our operational budget through 12/31. We have not closed January's accounting period yet, so I was not able to bring you January 31st data. This board meeting was a little too early for us to have that finalized. But as of 12/31, we had utilized almost 34% of the general and supplemental general fund budget. We had 66% of the budget remaining. Now, a common question that we receive is, okay, why is there so much budget remaining in December when you've already expended basically 50% of your fiscal year? And the answer to that question is this graph. So what this graph shows you is our spending per month. And you could overlay the last 10 years on this graph, and you are going to get just about the same trend line. Because our spending in July and August at the beginning of the fiscal year, so right before school starts, as you would imagine, is relatively low because our students are not back yet. Then as September, October, our expenditures start to go up, students are in school, we're paying employees, we kind of cap out early in November with our longevity bonus payments, and then we drop off a little bit, and then we start to ratchet back up. But the majority of our spending actually occurs in June of every school year. And at that time, we take the teacher's contractual pay that we would owe in June, July, and August, and we process it all in June. So all those checks get processed in 1 month's time. Those that elect a lump sum get that paid out all at one time, and other teachers choose to have that spread over June, July, and August, and we hold those checks and mail them at the appropriate time. So that is a common criticism, for lack of a better term, as far as cash balances at certain times of year, but you have to go back into this chart to understand that we have to have cash balances in order to make those June payments. So again, and this is historically very solid. I've given this presentation now 6 or 7 times at the beginning of the year, and I could probably just pull the sheet out from 6 years ago and give you the same chart. The trend is almost exactly the same. And then I usually will try to, as we go into some of the planning steps for fiscal year 23, I always like to start out with kind of the good news of what we're doing in budgeting. And it is always good to start a planning year with no major statutory change on the books that's going to impact us, at least, that is a major reduction in the amount of funding we're due to receive. Because again, that requires us to make choices. And at least at this point, as far as fiscal year 23 is concerned, there's not a sunset of a particular funding source. There weren't any statutory decreases built into the formula. We actually have a 3% base aid per pupil increase due for fiscal year 23. And so those are some good news from a budgetary planning perspective. We can start to do some forecasting work based on the fact that at least going into the fiscal year planning process, nothing significantly detrimental to the funding process is apparent. Now, we certainly could see some legislative action during the course of this legislative session. That will remain to be seen, the financial impacts that we might have to come back to you and discuss. But at least right now, going into the session, we didn't have those to handle. The other piece of positive news for us is we have been very successful in improving staff compensation over the last 5 years as monies have come back into the district. And we're going to share a chart with you tonight, especially for our new board members who may not have all that historical perspective on the dollars we've embedded in compensation. We wanted to provide that information to you. There still are healthy ESSER balances available for usage in relation to COVID impacts. So that is a report we are going to bring to you probably after we submit the first quarter actuals, so that we have a really good clear balance of what has been applied for, what has been utilized, and what's left. And we want to provide that to you in kind of a more robust report. And then at least to start conversations legislatively, the governor did propose a budget that fully funds education for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, and includes reinstating some professional development aid and CTE transportation aid, which we did not get in fiscal year 22. So again, from a budgetary planning perspective, that helps us at least get started on some forecasting. We probably will tweak along the way based on what might happen legislatively, but we at least have a good starting point. So I mentioned sharing a little bit about the history of compensation over the past 5 years as the school finance formula as we know it started to put money back into school district systems. So at the time, for the fiscal year 18 school year, the Board of Education at that time made it very clear that retention and recruitment efforts for staff was a priority. And in fact, it was the most significant priority at the time, because again, remembering that we had been coming out of the 2008-2009 recession, and then many years where the base aid per pupil had actually been going down. So this was the first time in about 8 to 9 years that we actually saw an increase in the base per pupil. And so as those monies started to return back into school systems, many school districts put that to compensation. We were no different. So if you look historically, 17-18 was kind of the first and really the largest year of new dollars coming into the system. So of the $28 million of estimated new funding that year, we spent close to 25 on compensation and recruitment activities. That year, the teacher average increase was 6%. And no teacher received less than 3.95%, which was the salary table increase that year. And then you can see from that point forward, 18-19, the base aid went up to 4165. That drove about $18 million of new funding into the system. $16.7 million went to compensation activities with a 4.85% average teacher wage increase, minimum of 3.65. 1920, obviously we are just on the front side of the pandemic at that point. Base aid is 4436, driving $19 million into the system. The average teacher wage increase that year was 5%. 3.5% was the salary table increase. So that was $18.8 million worth of the total package. That's all group costs. 2020-21. So this is the year after the shutdown in 20. We come back, and this is the year we actually have quite a significant drop in enrollment, and we're going to talk about that here in a slide or two. This is also the year that the board increased the local option budget, maxed it out at 33% of the general fund, because we were looking at a 30% increase to our transportation contract. So while there was quite a bit of money going into the system, almost all of it went back out in some form of transportation or fixed cost or special education increase. So that year we did a 0% to the salary table, and we did a lump sum bonus instead. The price tag on that was still almost $12 million though. And then 21-22, where we had hoped to see some enrollment rebound, we didn't. We're going to share at least some of the early numbers on that. So we believe we're going to end at about $3 million of new money for this fiscal year, all when we're said and done. That's pending an audit result. Now, typically, KSDE would have audit results to us by this point in time, but they are experiencing staffing shortages, so they're not finished with our audit yet. So that, in part, is why we're not covering a lot of information related to the budget tonight, is we're still missing some key pieces of information to bring you back good, solid estimates for next year. We need that audit adjustment so that we can actually reduce the budget to where it needs to be from a legal max perspective, so we can forecast cash at the end of the year and where we're going to go for fiscal year 23. So we're still waiting on pieces of information. We did do a 3.93% increase to teacher salary for this year, 2.5% to the base and 6.5% of approved bonuses. 4% were approved through the negotiation process, and 2.5% additional percent to staff based on all the challenges facing staff for this year. Cumulative average increase for teachers over the past 5 years, 21.23%. No teacher employed since 17-18 has received less than 13.6% cumulatively same period of time. And for the advantage for staff, and over that same time frame, with the exception of this past year, the consumer price index, as far as inflation is concerned, was relatively low. Now, we've seen it basically move off the charts, comparatively speaking, where it's running between 5 and 7%. Some products a lot higher, some not as impacted. But we're definitely had the advantage of those years where the staff actually got to see the increase in the form of a greater purchasing power because inflation was low. There are a number of financial unknowns that we are still waiting on some continued clarification so that data will come to light so we can continue on with our process. Fabian mentioned it earlier, that status of Meals for All does have a budgetary impact. Certainly it does in nutrition services, but it also does as far as that free lunch application drives at-risk funding. This year, because we weren't doing free lunch applications because all meals were free, we moved it to the household income survey form. We did lose some numbers in that process, although at least they are auditing out fairly well from the early indications that we have. But we don't know what's going to happen next year. The longer that waits and we have to figure out what we're going to do as far as all those options he covered with you, that has a budgetary impact, right? We have to figure out what that means for us. And again, the longer we wait to find out from the federal government what they're going to do just puts our decision-making that much later in the year, and we're then kind of working a little bit late from behind to try to catch up on where we need to be. But again, it's just an unknown. We need to be able to figure out what our next step is going to be and how we plan for that and how we budget for it. And we just need that piece of information so we can start to move. In the governor's budget, there was no additional special education aid, which again, special education costs, you've seen the salary increases alone tend to go up. However, the difficulty we have in hiring is certainly a challenge there. The other thing is overall spending in the state drives how much reimbursement we receive per teacher. So if the overall state spending is down, the actual reimbursement per teacher might go up. But we won't know that until June. So again, it's just another complication as far as not having quite all the pieces to put the entire picture together. So again, just trying to draw the picture of things that we're waiting on, or we'll have to estimate and give you, clarification later. That's just another one of those pieces. I mentioned earlier that we are running behind on the fiscal year 22 enrollment audit. Again, not a significant factor as far as what we're doing right now, but the later we go in the year without making those adjustments, we would typically be able to forecast much sooner. And so that things we might be able to bring to you in March normally might be pushed to April. So it just may impact some of the information we're going to share. Any new restrictions that would impact the current use of at-risk funding. So, and we can have some conversations as we go through the process, what at-risk funding is, how we spend it, all those things. Primarily, we use at-risk funding to pay teacher salaries. Over 90% of at-risk funding goes to teacher salaries in some form or fashion, whether it's a particular program that is on the evidence-based practices list from KSDE, and we have a number of those that we do, or if it is intervention teachers, or if it is to keep class sizes, particularly in the elementary, in the range that we want to see those for especially for those high poverty classrooms. So when we get into the secondary levels, typically a teacher is teaching sections of intervention and sections of core, and those teachers we split fund based on the free lunch or at-risk factors in their building. So we actually think we take a very conservative approach. We don't do that for the electives. We don't do that for any CTE type teacher. We only split fund at risk with core teachers who have intervention sections. And in the elementary, we do it for core classroom teachers. So not your art, not your music, not your PE, truly those first grade, second grade, third grade teachers, we will split fund with at-risk dollars so that those class sizes are not 27, 28, 29, 30. They're in that kind of 18 to 24 range. So there are no replacement dollars if there comes into play restrictions for us that we can't do that kind of thing. Again, it's not necessarily, it's just then we have to make other choices, and we would have to have some discussions on what we do next. Certainly the hiring challenges are probably the biggest challenge we're facing. The fact that we are not able to fill the positions that we have. We haven't seen the retirements yet. What will that look like for spring and summer hiring? If we are looking at doing some shifts, that whole process of knowing where to move staff that are at one location that might need to go to a different location based on student population changes, until we know the retirements and how all the system's going to work together, it's just difficult to start making those shifts. And those pieces we typically don't know until closer to the end of the school year. So again, it's just there, and I didn't even put on here supply chain, which is an issue. So again, risk, challenges, unknowns related to the budgeting process. These are things that we will continue to analyze and bring back to you over the course of the next few months, as soon as we get a comfort level in some of that data so that we feel the numbers are solid. We mentioned the challenges related to the enrollment. So you have a bar chart here that basically, in a very simplistic format, shows you elementary, middle, and high enrollment since fiscal year 18. The yellow is high school. It has actually stayed relatively steady. It's had its ups and downs a little bit, but overall the trend line there is pretty flat. The middle has had a small peak up until fiscal year 20, and you can see the last 2 years we've started to have a slight decline. We believe that middle school decline is based on the slight declines we were seeing in elementary a few years ago. But the significant impact from a budget perspective is the elementary decline from fiscal year 20 going into fiscal year 21. We had been declining at a slight rate before that. We took a nosedive in that COVID year, and we did not recover in this school year. So you can see the early numbers reported to the state are actually lower than the fiscal year 21 enrollment for elementary. And I said I never wanted to use fiscal year 21 enrollment. Guess what I'm going to have to do? I'm probably going to have to use fiscal year 21 enrollment numbers, which will mean, as we start to bring you some information back related to forecasting, is that most of the base aid per pupil will most likely get eaten up by the loss of enrollment. But we'll get you specific numbers as those become a little bit more clear. So our timeline, so you kind of get a feel for how the budget process will work. This is tonight is kind of our first presentation, purposely short, and just some kind of core base facts for you. March, April, May, you will get additional budget updates as more of those pieces of information become clear. We have a June 30th end of school year business meeting where kind of our year-end reports get approved. And then prior to July 20th, we will have a meeting to decide on the revenue neutral rate, which is, and we'll have a meeting just to discuss exactly what that is, but it's related to the mill levy. And then sometime in August, as we set a new calendar for the board meetings, we'll have the notice of hearing, and then between August 20th and September 20th, we'll schedule the hearing and budget adoption. The budget is due to the state by September 20th and to the county by October 1st. So that is our timeline for kind of the budget process. As far as budget planning is concerned, we certainly are monitoring legislative activity pretty closely. We're looking at the bills that are going through, again, primarily for the possibility of whether it's a funding reduction or a change to the process, anything that we can start to say, okay, this is what this bill means for us financially. So we'll look at that. We'll provide a first forecast of new funds, hopefully in March if we have audit results, so we can kind of hone in exactly on which enrollment number we're going to use. If not, it would for sure, I think, be in April. We'll also then start to present the first estimate of our fixed cost increases. So again, you heard the supply chain challenges. You can anticipate our property casualty going up, certainly natural disasters and hurricanes and snowstorms and weather, that all impacts our rate, and we've had significant increases. I would anticipate another healthy increase there. Utilities, same issue, fuel costs being over $3 a gallon. So all of those factors will be kind of forecasting out where are we going to land on those. We'll bring you those numbers hopefully in the April-May timeframe. Again, we mentioned that we were going to bring you an ESSER utilization update after the 331 reporting. If we get all of that pulled together in time for the April meeting, we'll do it in April, more likely May. And then again, we'll have that revenue neutral rate recommendation in the late June, early July period with some information to the board prior to that, so you can make an informed decision on what we're going to do in that case. And we'll talk through that. It's new. It was new this year, so we'll be going through it obviously again so that everyone understands what that means financially, what it means from your perspective. So with that, that's all I really wanted to cover kind of out of the chute. So I will stand for any questions you might have, or if I don't have them tonight, then we'll put it on to get for next board meeting.
Susan, and it's still true that we're in the people business and about 75% of our budget is in salaries and paying our people. Is that correct?
Salaries and benefits, right? Okay. That's correct.
I mainly wanted that for the new board members is because, you can tinker around with cuts here and there, but it only affects a certain small part of your budget. The big budget's going to be your people.
Yes, that is correct.
Seeing any other questions? Seeing no questions, we'll receive this report and look forward to the March budget report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. We'll try to get you in before 10 p.m. next time. Next item, Patrick?
Next item, under miscellaneous, superintendent's report.
Okay, I have a 10-slide. No, I'm just kidding. I have no report. All of my reports have been demonstrated through presentations this evening.
Patrick, next item.
Next item, under miscellaneous, Board of Education reports and requests.
Diane, do you have any reports or requests?
No, I don't.
Stan Reeser, I have no reports or requests. Julie?
Julie Hedrick, District 2, no reports or requests tonight.
Kathy?
I'm busy. Yes, I do.
Good.
Okay, my report. I attended my first district crisis team meeting where the committee was introduced to a crisis response procedure flipbook. I wanted to show this to you guys. This will be in every classroom in the district. This gives our educators and administrators a guide as to how to respond in several different scenarios. Here, I'll just pass it here, Cheryl, you can look at it. Different scenarios, adding an additional element to the safety of our students, staff, educators, and administration. I think this is great, especially after receiving a phone call from an educator who said, we didn't learn how to respond in college to things like this. And this is great because, if educators can memorize this, and if not, it's going to be right up there. There's a certain designated spot, and the crisis team has done a great job with that, and I'm really excited to see that because the students can also look at it, and they will know what to do in the unlikely event that a crisis like that would happen. Also, learning that there have been many deaths from September until present, and as we talked about, there was 2 suicides of students, and there was 1 educator suicide. The mental well-being of our students and our educators is taking a priority by bringing in program specialists to curb and reduce that risk. And I think that that is of utmost importance, especially if we want our students to continue to achieve academically. They've got to be emotionally stable, and even from their homes, they might not be. So I'm really excited to see this. Thank you, Terry Moses. Wonderful. I attended the promotion of Lieutenant Colonel Nathan Lewis at North High. Colonel Lewis is an alumni of North High, where he began his JROTC journey. I'm thrilled to learn that USD 259 has a strong, solid ROTC program. Very excited about that. I also attended the All-City Honor Orchestra concert. I've always known that our students are incredibly talented, as both my sons sang under the direction of Amy Brown in the madrigals at Northwest High School. Some things just don't change. I've always been moved by students who show teamwork, discipline, order, and mostly love of music. I'm grateful music continues to inspire our students, as it teaches more than just the notes. Kudos to every music teacher, instructor, and director in our district. Because they love music, they teach their students to love it too. I love our music departments. Okay, that's it for report. Now I have requests, okay?
Yes.
I'm busy tonight. Is that
Go ahead.
okay?
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
That's why they elected me. Okay, so here's do you need these or do I need these?
Go ahead and read it, and then
Okay.
we'll pass it down to the superintendent.
Okay. Request number
Patrick.
1, according to policy 2200, Parent and Community Support Network, our district should have 6 advisory committees per district. Are these advisory committee positions all filled? Has the committee been able to meet remotely during COVID? And when is the last time, per policy, a written report has been submitted to the Board of Education? The policy states that 3 times a year following an advisory committee review and evaluation. So I'm asking if the answer to these questions, as well as can I please have a list of all the members of all 6 advisory committees, which should have 16 members on each committee. So it'd be good for us to have in our districts of who they are, so that we can contact them, build relationship, and start doing what we need to do. Request number 2. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Who sits on the appointed policy committee? How often does this committee meet? When is the last time the committee met? Are the policies in the policy book I've been given, are they all current? And is the board given a copy of the revisions to the policy book right away? Request number 3. According to the SEIU contract, Article 8 Compensation Letter U, all head custodian positions after July 1st, 2012 will require the master certificate. Are all of the head custodians of 259 master certified, and how many custodians does the district employ, head and others? Number 4, now this is something that just came to my attention. The parent-teacher conferences are this week. Is that correct? Okay, are they all virtual, or are they in person, or is it up to the principal of the school? This is not a report, this is a request. Everything I just read was requests.
I think that one, if you might be able to answer that one tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we are having conferences, and the conferences are virtual.
The parent that I spoke with found out Friday evening in an email that they were going to be virtual on Tuesday and Thursday. They weren't given a whole lot of notice. Is there a reason why?
Because the decision was made to do that in conjunction with the union at the end of last week. So it was quick on the schools that had conferences, like this week. But for the others, they will have plenty of time. We just made that decision because it was a request, and we looked into it, looked at our data. We did give permission to do that virtually at the last minute. I will hold up my hand and own that.
Okay.
And that is why it was not as timely as we typically do to shift from virtual to
In person?
Yeah, in
Okay.
person.
So this is just a one-time deal?
Absolutely. We usually have conferences face-to-face, but
Right.
because of the transmission numbers, we worked with the union, and we decided that it would be best if we do virtual for another time, and then we'll reevaluate, as we move forward.
And are parents allowed, are there people allowed in the school buildings now?
Yes, there are people that are allowed in the school buildings.
Volunteers can go back in?
There are
Parents can go back in? Okay, so this has nothing to do with parents are not allowed in the school buildings. They are allowed in the school buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Kathy, if that answers your question on your last request, I'll turn the other 3 in.
That's fine.
Okay.
Isn't the crisis team, isn't it? It's so cool. It's amazing. Isn't it?
Kathy, do you have any other report or requests?
Nope, that's it.
Cheryl?
Okay, I will be brief. I kind of took on the extracurriculars this month. I've been to bowling tournament where 3 of our high schools were and a couple of our parochial schools. I went to the Scholars Bowl tournament, which that tournament had all 6 of our high schools in it, and it's amazing how much stuff those kids know. And then I also went to the honor band for middle schools and high schools, and you know, I'm with you, Kathy. It's amazing the talent that we have in this district. And they shine every time you get to go, no matter what it is you're attending. So it's always kind of fun for me to do some of those things that are not necessarily thought of as in classroom, but they're certainly doing learning and that social emotional piece. So that's it for me.
Hazel?
No? Am I on now?
Yes.
I also had the opportunity to attend the All-City Honor Band concert. I'd like to thank Friends University for sponsoring the concert and making it possible for it to be held at Century 2. And I'd also like to recognize all the band directors and assistants for their commitment to presenting such a fine group of student musicians. It was a very, very impressive performance. I really enjoyed it, genuinely. I had the opportunity to speak to students at Marshall Middle School as part of their career series. This is a great opportunity to expose students early to career exploration that can keep them focused and engaged in their future education pursuits. And lastly, I'd like to mention that I've had the pleasure of visiting and touring most of the schools in District 6. I'm very impressed with the dedication the administrators have to achieve excellence for their students, parents, and staff. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Hazel. I apologize. I'll have to backtrack just a minute. There is no February 28th meeting that you may have seen on your calendar. That is a meeting that we leave open just in case we have some consent items that need to get done. Staff is informing me that we are up to date, so if we just do our normal meeting in March, we'll be fine. Patrick, next item. So no meeting on February 28th. Next meeting will be our regular meeting in March.
Next item, under miscellaneous, new business.
Any new business? Seeing none.
Yes, I have new business. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to click in here?
Yes,
Okay,
you should.
I have new business.
Kathy?
I would like to visit the mask mandate at our next meeting. Do I need to make a motion for that? It's a request? It's not a new business? Yeah. I would like to see it put on the agenda to revisit the mandate.
Kathy, let me just ask you this. We're still going to be in winter. There's not going to be any big change in March. Could we wait till after spring break on April?
I prefer not.
We'll have to, you can put in a request, but I can't promise you it's going to be on the March agenda.
Can you give me a reason why?
Well, as we stated during I don't know what, I'm not sure we're going to want to put a style meeting like we had tonight with 13 speakers, and we're all doing circular arguments, and we're all just arguing what we've read on the internet. I don't think we want to do that every month because we've already had to rush through other parts of the budget. I mean, the other parts of the agenda.
I think it's important for the community and for our educators and our parents and our students to have that opportunity to speak. But that's not why I want it on the agenda. I want to revisit it because I have hope that we're going to be in a position, because I think I remember you saying at the meeting last meeting to Diane that you felt that it would probably be good in February or March.
Yeah, and
So that
and
would
my intention was we got it done in March, and now we'll wait for the winter to get through. But you can put in this request. Cheryl? Cheryl, you're not.
I just didn't think I needed to be heard, I guess. I would support Kathy in that I think we need to put it on the agenda for March for us to discuss. And I know it takes a lot of our time and none of us like 11 o'clock meetings, but I think this is an issue that we need to be open and transparent about.
Kathy, did you want another full presentation like
No.
tonight?
No, I want discussion. I
On
want
what?
the statistics. I want, an update on where we are in Sedgwick County with the statistics at our March 7th meeting. And if our statistics are different than they are tonight, I would then like to further discuss that perhaps releasing the mandate at that moment in time.
So you want to see a review of the statistics that we had tonight to see if they've changed.
Yeah, I want to see if they're different.
A review of the statistic. Don't go over the protocol, just go
No.
over the statistics.
Yes.
And then have another vote again.
Yes.
Is that the pleasure of the board?
Are we going to go ahead and make a motion and vote on it?
No, this is, I'm
okay.
just accepting this as conversation because
Okay.
we can put this into a report, a request. Does the board want a review of the, because I want to make sure I got this clear. Does the board want a review of the statistics of the COVID cases in Sedgwick County and another vote on mask?
Yes.
Date is our March meeting.
March
Patrick?
7th.
What date is our March meeting, Patrick?
March 7th.
So
March
it's early
7th.
in the month.
Well, I think the presentation of the stats can be done in a very short amount of time. And then I guess if somebody wants to make a motion again, we can do that.
Because we don't know how we're going to vote, because the numbers could be like way up and it could be a new variant and, okay.
Or it could be
they
way
could
down.
Be completely down where.
Would you write down that request then?
Sure.
And Patrick, we just extended the Board of Education request. It was not a new business item.
Understood.
Okay, seeing no other new business. Next item, Patrick.
Next item, adjournment.
I move we adjourn the meeting.
Moved by Cheryl,
We're not going to stay here longer. Somebody second it.
I'll second the motion. Moved by Cheryl and seconded by Stan to adjourn the February 7th meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries 6-0.